sharing a baby yano kukamya ngo last screen recording zemberenga kwara double chemo kuna mulungi azaba iyo komeda kulochirira TV kwetembera bwere kulabanga buli chemo tukuwereza kwetembera bwere kwetembera bwere kwetembera bwere nkugambye bwogende kyankwansi ogamba eyo meka yo kyankwansi naye sokola bengudo ogamba bananga abekyankwansi bamala naye Uganda nabagamba yagunda dda kati gwe kyenyiza okusaba agyekomedeko yakuntambiriza vidiyo kyeyalinga vidiyo eno buli kyemuli mugategera buli ekikona mu maaso kyeyalinga amanya neberozi Uganda wangu sawa kumuri patata we ainekisa mwera lenyewa naikanda bawanga ya museveni ndaulo mwera kumuri kana bawanga ya museveni zawara bokuri saudi bokuri kata bokuri omami bokuri museveni ndaulo bokuri kanada His Excellency, Robert Chagulanyi Sangamayo Rekerakuroga. All right, Butelef, Baganda Wange, Basebo, Nebanyabo, Abuatio, Uncle Sama, Abuatio, Akomeo. Speech here, Chiboga network. Aboetio, Ayo, Aboyokoze. Banange Serumia, na network. Nambe kuleko tufune chuma ekisasa network azembeso niye Moterev Mokoto Gwasama Uganda mukusokera ddala mbebaza nnyo mwena abatumbudde namwe abali mugoberera ensonga zino mpola mpola Baganda bange abasebo ne banyabo obudde buno bwennyini tuli mu kwolekera Kiboga tuli mu kwolekera Kiboga kyankwanzi ewedde naye network yo etuuse time nenje esonyiwa neŋŋamba ka nesonyiwe network time etuuse nga network nina gyesonyiwa bwesonyi so obudde buno tuli mu kwolekera Kiboga kyankwanzi ye awedde kyankwanzi ye awedde yadde network ebadde mbi naye ebigambo bya His Excellency ne bya maama President bwabadde ayogerako eri bannakyankwanzi ayogedde ku bebasomooza ate nga bwoba oli awo nga bye bimu ku bebasomooza wonna okugeza amasomero, amalwaliro, ebyenfuna, okuba nti Kyankwanzi erina okuba ey'enkizo ennyo olw'ensonga nti buli biteeka ebiyisibwa eby'ekisiru biyisibwa Kyankwanzi. So badde nga ayogera nabo, maama ayogedde ku nsonga y'abasawo, n'agamba abasawo bagenda kukola ku nteekateeka ez'ebyensula, ebyendya, ebyensasula. Bamaama bwe baba nga bagenda kuzaala, bamaama bagenda kuzaala nga maama alina akatanda n'omwana alina akatanda. So yensonga maama gy'akonyeko n'okuba nti mu Kyankwanzi obusosoze mu mawanga bukutte ejjembe, naddala baganda baffe ab'eggwanga erya Rwanda. We love them, but bo balaga nti ate basosoze nnyo mu bitundu by'e Kyankwanzi. So maama n'abasaba, n'abagamba nange kennyini nyinayo ba relatives eno. So president n'abasaba, kubanga baganda baffe abasirikale kibaluma kye kiruma abasawo, abasawo ekibaluma kye kiruma abasomesa. So president message ye abadde asaba okwegatta, twegatte okuba nti ate oba oli awo tusobola baganda baffe embeera si eri awo ey'omulembe, embeera si eri awo ennungi. So asabye baganda baffe okubeera nti tulina kukwatagana ate oba oli awo okununula eggwanga lyaffe Uganda. Baganda bange abassebo ne bannyabo, mukutu gwa Sama Uganda Media, baganda bange abassebo ne bannyabo mwenna abatugoberera ku mukutu ogwa Sama Uganda Media, mbeera abwetyo bweri mu mpola 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 bwe tutyo tuli mu kwolekera kibuga. So abaganda bange abakyannekumiddeko ku mukutu ogwa Sama Uganda, mbeera bwetyo bwe kyalimu kubanga etambula mpola mpola. Nyongera okubabuuzaako n'okubakoonako mikwano gyange gyonna gye mpitira bambi nga munjagala, nga muŋŋamba Sama kyokola kya kabi obutajja kamera ku pulezidenti waffe. Thank you so much. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala okusiimira ddala empeereza ya Uncle Sama. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala baganda bange abassebo ne bannyabo. Ziri ssaawa 9 n'eddakiika 17 ezakayita, eddakiika 17 ezakayita ku ssaawa 9. Tuli mu kuba nga twolekera kibuga obudde buno. Tuli ne His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, president eyalondebwa ate akaluluke ne kabbibwa. Yensonga lwaki ku mulundi guno atugambye tugenda mu kye bayita protestvote, kalonde kanoonye kakuume kabanje. Yensonga enkulu okusobola okuba ate oba oli awo nga tufuna ebisinga mu ggwanga lyaffe. Abatabadde ku mukutu pulezidenti asuubizza baganda baffe ab'emawanga ag'ebweru, abali mawanga abakola obuddu, abawaŋŋanguka ne mudduka ensi yammwe. Ennyonyi z'eggwanga kye zigenda okusooka okukolako, ennyonyi za Ethiopia Airlines zigenda kupangisibwa n'ennyonyi z'eggwanga zikolebweka saavisi yadde emipiira mifu n'ebirala, ne tujja fuba okulaba nga zibatuuse ewaka, ate tuzimbe eggwanga eryesimisa abo abaliddawo. Baganda bange mwenna abakyagwekumiddeko, abakyatunuulira ensonga bwe zitambula. Bwe ntunula mu maaso ndaba nga ewa blockingiddwa, naye mubeereko mushalinga video banange kiruma nnyo okubeera wano nga you can't share oba obeera mbega tosuppootinga tosharinga tolayikinga oba obeera mpiima oba obeera opima kitongole kyolengere mabegaawo kitongole kya jat ekitongole ekyo kya jat kyekimutambulirako mumanye ebikolobero bekyakolewa Nalukoola Buterevu omukoto oli kugwa sama Uganda mukoto oli kugwa sama Uganda bwetyo tetufuluma kyankwanzi ate oba olyawo okubanga twolekera kiboga abaana b'ekiboga baganda bange tuli mu kujja mpola mpola ne ofisi y'NRM Buterevu okyekuumidde akumukutu gagadde ogwa sama Uganda okyekuumidde ku mukutu gagadde omukutu mugatta abantu ogwa sama Uganda Buterevu bwatyo awubira ku misaayi emito bwatyo ali mu kuubira ku misaayi mito bwatyo ali mu kuubira ku misaayi mito bwatyo awubira ku misaayi mito Mr. President, but bobiwine. Bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambulirako ddala bassebo ne bannyabo All right. Buterevu mukoto oli kugwa sama Uganda ambeera bwetyo bwe kyali mu kubanga etambula mpola mpola bange bassebo ne bannyabo baganda bange batata ne bamama akatika network nze nkayina akatika network nze nkayina Buterevu abasebo basebo ne banyabo mbeera bwetyo kubanga etambulira ddala mpola mpola. baganda bange mbebaza amwena ababa batumbudde mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala kwekumira ku mukutu mugatta abantu ogwa sama Uganda Media Umbrella President yasabye tukulembeze nnyo umbrella eyo aneggwanga ly'ensi yaffe Uganda. So ekyo kigenda mugenda maaso. Tuli mu kwolekera kiboga tulinayo omukyala eyo akwatidde mu kiboga West abamuyita Grace Kakoza. Abantu b'ekiboga omukyala gwe bayita Grace Kakoza mumulabiranga ddala ku ssaawa eri. Kyekiri mu kugenda maaso. Tulinayo Christine Kaya, tulina omukyala gwe bayita Christine Kaya, tulina omukyala gwe bayita Grace Kakoza. Abo bonna bakiboga. Ani ow'ekiboga gwe simanyi gwendeseeyo okusinga abamemba parliament sibategeera nnyo olw'ebikolwa byabwe. Nze ntegeera nnyo His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. So ekyo kyekirimu kubanga kigenda mu maaso. Gwe ali ku mukutu gw'esama Uganda, omukutu gagada, omukutu mugatta abantu, omukutu ogw'ensonga oguli official okumubeera mu maaso. Baganda bange basebo ne bannyabo mwebale nnyo okugwekumirangako, mwebalenga nnyo butapowa, mwebale nnyo always okutumbula ne mutumbula ennene eyasama Uganda okubanga mulaba ensonga wazitambula. Baganda baffe tetuwemula, bye twogera tetuwemula, bye twogera tetuvoola. Tulwanirira ddembe ly'abaganda baffe, tetulina kye tukola kimenya mateeka. Baganda baffe aba traffic mwebale nnyo, twagala mubeere mu ggwanga eryeyagaza nga musasulwa omusaala ogweyagaza, nga temulya bijanjalo na kawunga, nga temusula mu input. Baganda bange kubanga ensi yammwe engagga. Baganda baffe aba police bwe tunnyuka wano tubasanga mu restaurants ezimu ze tulyamu, which means we are brothers and sisters, so we can come together so that we can change our destiny. Bwetembera bweri yenze sama Uganda. Mwabale nnyo abanjagala nga temukoowa. Mbagala nnyo amwena abanjagala nga temukoowa. Mbawa olugendo lwa His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu olunaku lulamba nga oli ku sama nkuweereza abatusupportinga. Thank you so much. Lwakuba leero sinalaba abatusupportinga almost twakafuna abantu nga basatu ku bana abakatusupportinga. Guys, we need your support seriously. We need your support. We need you financially to support us so that we can stay here. Okay? Thank you. So embeera bweti bwe kyagenda maaso n'okubanga etambula. Mwenna abagwekumiddeko mwebale. Banange nsabe nnyo mutukwatireko tusobole okulwana n'ejjama nga tufuna ekyuma ekiyinza okulwana ne bujjamu batwereddwamu okutta network. Bayinza okutuusa ku pulezidenti obuzibu nga tewa live yonna eriwo. So kye tuli mu kulwanako. Wulira mbuuti sikyakabiye sikyakabiye oina kyolaga Muterevu mukutu okyali kugwa sama Uganda baganda basebo ne banyabo amwena abakyakyekomeddeko banga lyonna mbagamba yenene empanvu ate nga mpuumu aŋŋamba peegi ya sama Uganda baganda bange basebo ne banyabo tuli mu kwolekera Kyankwanzi tuli mu kwolekera Kiboga abalabye ku Grace Kakooza mumugambe sama Uganda amutumiddeko nnyo agamba tya Aunt Asnat thank you so much always okubeera ku sama Uganda agamba tya Rania wa Bobi thank you so much Kamama always to representing you Fredlumbuye baganda bange abaana ba ghetto mukkirize mbawo muwa asoke a representing eri ghetto tell them muwa representing a ghetto Fredlumbuye ono ghetto youth gwe tutambula naye a representing a ghetto tell them muwa yogera nnyo oli kumukutu gagadde
ghetto youth in the city Kampala Bombo kwa Babylon muna baze batuyingiramu nga mwaka olw'okuba nga mukwemesa ekintu ekituufu
yogera nnyo muwa
abandi banyagala okubategeeza kola temukkiriza bana kuya nakubanga mwana bamalamu amaanyi ekisoboka kilo kisoboka Museveni ne bakyalibe oba kakakundi akatono akalemedde bannayuganda akalemesa okuba ne freedom olemesa okuba ne independence mu nsi yaffe kulo nga progeto yuti muze omu ku abo abasobola era abagamba nti mwana ekimala tukkiriza nti pulezidenti wa Global Chagwanyi Ssentamu agenda kuba ng'akolera abantu ebyabasuubiza era nga mu myaka 3 tugenda kuba n'enguudo zonna kutolera eggwanga lyonna nga liweddeyo kubazenga abiraga ebintu byankoze nga tebisuubirwa kitegeeza n'ebyo kyayogedde mu lwatu ensewulira era solo kitukkiriza big up ghetto youth
message eri ba ghetto youth eddamu lyabakozesa gwe nga youth message ki gy'obawa ku nsonga y'effako lyaffe
kyekiri kyengudamye nti bomba okutyati Babylon bategeeza abo abasajja batuyingiramu nga ttambulira oba ng'abo abalala banabeso banamyalo n'abalala ndi munnange terugenda kukozesebwa beezo sente zammwe ezo zokka twetaaga freedom mu nsi yaffe tuzaala abaana tulwaza famire zaffe saawa zino ngenda wali awali mukadde wange mabegagawo yankubye sente zonge nenna mu nsawo nga mujjanjaba olw'ebirwadde byonsonga mu ddwaliro wali tewali ddagala nga neddagala ennyo mujjanjabisa ndina ligula nga te ndi ghetto youth oba bugobi kati brada ate asobola kubanga nze yagenda baati abasajja ng'amabooda nakolemuja wansi abeekisimu naye abantu b'ekireka batumireko Cheka farmers market seka ya sini batumiddeko mwana bantu b'ekireka banda abeyogerere I love you mwe mwanguza era mbagala nnyo.
Alright bamuyita youth abamuyita muwa oyo y'omu ku ba youth abaali ababi naye n'agamba alligator youth Fredlumbuye to the world n'abagamba bomba clato federation national bwekityo bwe yabagamba era n'agamba ekituufu nkimanyi kansire eno abaana ba ghetto atwagala okubagamba abo baddamulira baboyi babakozesa jasi kuba mayula mbu mayozi naye effako lyaffe be balina baboyi be balina akati batulina kabajjako tebalina tuwako buwe mubadde kimwe Muterevu bampita sama yugi okubanga mbaweereza ensonga nga bwe zitambula mpola mpola mukutu gwa sama osinzira okubanga olaba ebigenda maaso bwebaza tuva mu nfuufu tuvudeko kakolansi enkuba egenze tusabula waliwo abeera muno mu komenti nga nsuubiza bayini jaketi ne banange nsaba mulaba ngenda mubulookingirawo samagenda kugula bayini jaketi samagenda kugula bayini jaketi ne banange nesiramu omula ngenda mukuba ekibulooka so mbeera bwetyo bweri abaganda bange basabo ne bannyabo embeera eraga nti enkuba egenda kuba egayiwa essaawa yonna tunuulira embeera y'obudde eraga nti abo ntunuulira embeera y'obudde eraga nti essaawa yonna egenda kubanga egayiwa naye ambasaba mweyongere kubeerako, mweyongere kutumbula mukutu akagate ogwa Sama Uganda, okwongera okubanga mulaba ensonga nga bwe zitambula mpola mpola. Baganda bange, basebo ne banyabo abakyekuumidde ku mukutu kagadde okukuwa ensonga mu buli mbeera. Bwe kiba misinde kubeerawo, bwebeera nkuba kubeerawo, bweba nfuufu gubeerawo, bwaba tiyagaso amasasi gubeerawo. Byenjogerako mu bimanyi ndozera mwagulabye ekyo. Nkugambye kubeerawo wali mu buli mbeera, mu buli sitayiro, okubanga kubawa ekyo ekisinga mu Luzungu kye tuyita better. We give you the best, we give you the better. Okay? Bwekitabo kiri tubadde ebukwewe era nkakasa nti President message ajawadde nga atuuse mu kibuga ky'Ebukwewe mukitegedde bulungi, si bwe kiri nikyo. Okay, mwasiba mutaba ssebo n'abanyabo, mwasiba muta abanyabuzaale n'abanyamutago, hope mwasiba kye. Ngenda kubalamusyaho omwezina lya Mukama wetu Yesu Kristo, ngenda kubalamusyaho omwezina lya Ruhanga, banyanyaze, abashwento, abanyenkuru namwena n'abalamusya. Amazina ane banyeta Sama Uganda, nenya lyaha okuba nkubahereza amahurre aga. Basebo n'abanyabo, netwenda kubashaba mutuhe obwesigwa bwanyu, tukwate hangeri tuhindure ebyafiire. Basebo n'abanyabo, nenyenda kubagambira ngo byekukiro bwinshi bikafa, emihanda ekafa, amarwariro gakafa, emibazi kirimo, abashawuti barimo, amashomero gakafa. Netwenda kubashaba mutuhe obwebembezi, twebembere ihangeri, tubanze tuhindure ebyo, tuhindure ebyo ebitakutambula kyo mu ihanga litu. Banywanyi bitu abasirikale, netwenda mubone sente ezihikire, netwenda amarwariro gabone emibazi, netwenda amarwariro gabone emibazi. Obwire obwo President akwese anaramusya abakekuru, nkabagambira ngo omushishe ogwe tomufuzi n'omwebembezi akwebembera abantu boona. Twine munywanyi wetu ntambula nawe, President yarugo motoka yasharawo abanze abaramusyeho. Okay, abooluganda, tulina mukwano gwaffe kutambula naye, ono gwe mbadde wana badde babuuzaako wano muwa. President mama we abeera wano, President asaseewo abuuze ku maama we, era maama afe essanyu, agamba omwana namukuwa, so omwana namukuwa. So bwekityo bwe kiri, nenga nsanyaladde nnyo. So abweri baganda bange, basabo ne banyabo, negwe nga nsanyaladde nnyo. Alright, Buterevu wala impulira nsanyaladde okugulu. So mbeera bwe kyatambulirako ddala baganda bange, basabo ne banyabo. Buterevu kutu okyekomedde kugwa Samayuki, naye mutamanyize sharinga video ne banange gamazima. For now nsaba mu supporting eyokwe, semanyi ngenda kwebaka ntya, semanyi ngenda kulya ntya, semanyi data oba mmazaako. So please mbasaba siragira to support us, not individual but us. So please do it. Supporting a coach and Bamusobode. Okay, lunch time. Budde bwa lunch time. Budde bwa lunch time. Kwata. Isa wano kwata kona kapo. Tuli mu budde bwa lunch ya kakomando yensonga lwaki tubadde tusirikiriddemuko okay buterevu abwetyo lunch ewedde ankomewo okwongera okulaga olugendo lwa His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu aka Bobi Wangeto Gladiator bawa mama Babi Kyagulanyi Itungo. Martin, thank you. Enkumi zange 5 zirabye ezakadata webale nnyo. Uganda Mokoto Wasamayuchi Mokoto Wasamayuchi kosinzira okubanga omwota buliro Mokoto Wasamayuchi Mokoto Wasamayuchi botyo kogenda maaso okubanga omwota buliro Mokoto kwa sama Uganda. Hello. Baba, tunaweza ile mweno. Hello. Okay, Buterev, Amokoto Gagade Ogwasama, Uganda. Hello, side emwe. Okay. Bampita Sama. Iyenze Sama. Bampita Sama. Iyenze Sama. Boterev. Mokoto. Kwa Sama yoche. Enchamba wa pizza. Pizza. Boterev. Ochale Komokoto wa Sama Uganda. Tunaweza toguli yake ofisi balimba. Boterev. Gwe. Fayo. Boterev laba mama naka. Laba mama. Wecha kalile mama esubi lyeryo. Muzukulu yoyo mama lyesubi. Mokoto kwa Sama. Mokoto kwa Sama. Boterev. Mokoto oliko kwa Sama Uganda. Sharing a video. Bambi. Omusika lwa musika mtazamenya kamera. Kamera baba mama. Mama begwanga mama. Mama. Bala byokusumi mama. Wow. Ampadeyo emitwalo ebiri. Thank you. Bambi mama to supporting her. We are grateful. Thank you so much. Boterev ochie kumide Komokoto kwa Sama Uganda bukuwa bigenda maso eri His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Bwentyo nkuwamu ekifaananyi, bwentyo nsooka nensirikirira nenkuwa ekifaananyi. Mokoto gwa Sama Uganda, Mokoto gwa Sama Uganda, oliko Mokoto gwa Sama Uganda. Mbeera bwetyo bwetambula. Mama, Bambi.
Oterev okyali komokoto gwa Sama Uganda. Oterev Juliet, thank you, Bambi. Omutwalo gwaffe tugulabye, thank you. Roger, thank you so much. Omutwalo gwaffe tugulabye, thank you. Yebale munonga Rogers. Nshabalo hanga kumpero mukisha. Thank you so much. Mwebale munonga banywanyi betu okusupportinga. Nima mukutubezaho okulya amezi ka data okubyama. Thank you so much. Buli omwe kyakutukolera ne tusima abekalungu mbatumiddeko kamama ke bayita Namata Suzani nkatumiddeko yadde tekafuna kadi ne mukagambe tukagala nnyo. Boterev naye nga ekibiinako kyawa kadi bamwita Shakira Zinga. Muganda wange Yusufu Kiruta Nkeretanyi nkukonyeko mu robodobo style. Muganda wange temulya embedde lwowo Sabina Javira. Mama waffe musajja akawa na mwenna bambi about supporting us. Thank you so much. Alex, thank you so much. Omutwalo ngwe bantu mwe mutubezaawo bannange kukulya kukunywa kukwebaka bambe tusimira ddala gamazima we mutaliiwo. We can't make it without you guys. We can't make it without you people. Tukikola mokoto gwa Sama Uganda. Mokoto gwa Sama Uganda. Driver. Hello. Driver kusale. Oli mukama waffe tulina muleka. Obali ko shamo ko mwana sana koyo kuyomba. Bwe tokala bantu baga Sama ayomba. Bobi chakulaji bobi chakulaji abata ba bobi ila bobi chana ba bobi amanya ba bobi sirente ba bobi mutaka ya bobi mutaka ya bobi Bweba tyo bamuwadde Bobi omuto. Alex, thank you. Omutwalo gwange ku MTN engulabye. Mambe, thank you. Mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala. Eno kamera ya Sama Uganda yo ekuwa bifaku kyakulanyi nga eri mu maaso ge. Tetuwemula, tetufoola, twogera mazima na kulaga nsi ekyo kigenda maaso mu nsi. Thank you so much, Tatia. Okutuwayo 15,000 aku Airtel. Thank you. Boterev Chankwansi. Tuchali Chankwansi. Airtel. Amuteni ya gani? Somebody restarting again. Somebody restarting again. Ibrahim Mayanja.
bwe mumulabako mumugambe Sama agambe muwe ku data nanjagadde Ibrahimu Mayanja n'obulamu bwange bwonna mumuntagingireko mumugambe Sama agambye tamanyi era agenda susula wa atajjukira Seefu akonseka buterevu mukutu gwa Sama Uganda gumubeera mu maaso okulaga mbeera nga bwe betambula bana mwele Boterev Mama Naka mukwano waga omulaye omwe Mama Naka ina gas yesoleyo tubaobweyamo tugende tukole ensi empya baganda baffe kyene soko kwatemu mu ambulera soko atolinyera ddala eno waggulu nze nyina okuvimba banange nawayita kyene gikwate banange kyene mulabiranga ddala na buli ajjanga akutte ambulera mulabire nnega ddala banange akabonero ki banange bwe munatulonda bwe nabeera pulezidenti wammwe teri agenda kubatulugunya tebagenda bagoba ku ttaka tebagenda buli muntu gwe bagoba ku ttaka njagala obeere ng'ojjukira ettaka lyo bwe lyali ebirala bikwase Kyagulanyi bamaama ne bataata njagala obasuubiza nti nkimanyi bulungi nnyo nti abakazi bangi bafa nga bazaala ekyo tekigenda kuddamu kubeerawo baganda bange
temugenda kuddamu genda mu malwaliro nga tewaliiwo ddagala, tebagenda kuddamu basuubula boda gye wandibadde ogula ku miliyoni 3 n'ogigula miliyoni 11 oba miliyoni 9, tekigenda kuddamu kubeerawo. Baganda bange, njagala mumanye naddala mu abalimi, bino ebiteekateeka bye bayisa ne babajjako emmwanyi, ekyo ekiteeka kye tusooka okusazaamu. Tugenda baddiza obugagga bwammwe bannange, tugenda mu kulonda kuno, basaba kuno okulonda muleme kulabanga okwa bulijjo. Buli lunaku wetuuka okulonda nga abatiisatiisa, nga baleeta poliisi, nga baleeta amagye. Nyina essanyu okubategeeza baganda bange, nyina essanyu okubategeeza nti ab'amagye n'abapoliisi abasinga bawagira ffe. Mu 2021 twawangula buli balakisi ya poliisi, twawangula buli balakisi y'amagye, ng'oggyeko bali abatono abafaanagana, emitwalo n'emitwalo gy'abapoliisi n'abannamagye bagenda kuyimirira naffe. Naye ekyo kigenda kubeerawo nga mukoze bino wammanga. Okusookera ddala njagala mukanoonye kano akalulu, tokaze kambireke nedda, buli omu ave, buli omu mutuukeko. Esimu ye yaseereza ya muwendo nnyo bannange, gikozese. Kozesa TikTok oba okozesa social media yonna yenna. Bannange njagala mukozese essimu yammwe mutambuze amawulire. Ne bw'oba omuntu omu yekka ne bw'aba yalabye oba okoze omulimu ogw'amaanyi, ne babeera abantu 10 bokka ne balaba message, bino bye twogera mu birecording embisindike mu gurupu zammwe eza family ojo, gisindikire girlfriend wo, omwami wo, making sure omwami wano waliwo abalunnyanja. Bannange katino kakibabulireko, ze gwe mulaba wano nange nakolako ku mmotoka za maali egenya. Era manyi bulungi nnyo abaana ku nnyanja banyigirizibwa. Ennyanja yawambibwa mu Uganda, wonna mu nnyanja baziwamba bazisako amagye. Nakigamba abaana b'e Busoga, nammwe mbagamba, era mugambe bannammwe bonna bakyaliwo. Ne bw'abeera mukadde mumuyamba agenda alonde, bwe mumala okulonda temuvaawo, musigaleewo. Baganda bange, kino tugenda kikola eggwanga lyonna. Kati no kamba bulyeko n'ekirala, ffe baatuganya okuyita eri abantu badde basuubira tugenda kuyita eri, naye kaakati laba bwe mukuŋŋaanya amangu, ate nga buli katawuni konna kakuŋŋaanye. Ekyo kitegeeza ki? Wulira, ekyo kitegeeza nti tetuli okukuŋŋaana nga bannayuganda okusituka tekitulimu ddakiika. Bwe mumala okulonda, mumaze okukuuma akalulu kammwe, bwe balangirira nga tuwangudde, mubona obutamuni bonna bano tebasobola tustopia nekisembayo. Baganda tuli wano naye baganda baffe bangi bali mu makomera nga tewali musango. Talina musango. Muntu wa mutulugo Alex Waiso bamusamo nebamuzo mumpo mukisamba nonde bagalire mu nsi yaffe ekisemberayo ddala. Baganda bamwe bonna abagenda ku byeyo abali eyo nga babonabona, bwe munampa omukisa baganda bange bagala tekigenda betagisa genda Kampala mmwe kennyini bwe buno oluguudo bwe nabeera lwa kolasi kijja kubeera kyangu okuteekawo kirabu wano, kijja kubeera kyangu okuteekawo saluuni wano. Amasanyalaze gano bwe tunagasala ebbeeyi nga unity ebadde ku 150 kijja bangwira okuteekawo washing bay. Emirimu mmwe kennyini mwe gye mugenda gikola nga gavumenti tugenda kutereeza mbeera gye mukoleramu bulungi, tuteekewo amazzi nga payipu nga malungi, tuteekewo amasanyalaze nga malungi, tukendeeze emisolo, tubaleke mweyagalire mu ggwanga lyammwe. Ye lwakisiba wano, lwakisa eyongerayo, mwebalenye mwebalire ddala, Mukama abankuumire, tweyongedde everywhere. Kati ne wentema.
All right. Networker, efuse networker. Nayenga nchake zako. Buterev. All right, Buterev. Bwentyo ate nkomewo wano bayitawo Kalongo president wayogereddeko n'abantu baawo network byekola byonna tubimanyi network Alright, baganda bange abasebo ne banyabo mwena abakyatugoberera ku mikotu egy'enjawulo yenze ankozesa king of live anze ndiwo okubanga abaweereza mpola mpola network nabagambe yakanegezaamu okuntuga emirundi egisukka mu 3 naye nkyabaweereza baganda bange basebo ne banyabo mwena abakyatugoberera mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala okwekumira ku mikutu si byangu but we try okulaba nga tubaweereza Bana yampadeo ka message, thank you so much. Bana ngene yanziza nnyo ku Airtel ne yanzege banaye ebinye bitu
Alright, buterevu mukama ho tuwonye ekisirani kyekisi kino. Bananga kafufu kasuse, batata wa mama kafufu kasuse. Oh. Yese chako kamera simbubi sejako kamera. Oh, bana yampadeyo kamese, thank you so much. Oh, nyabo.
People power, our power. Tuongere okuwujja ku president waffe. Okugonna mukwano gwa kugenda mu Uganda mpya. Okuyakayaga kw'abantu bano sebo Mr. President. Nzikiriza bwe tubadde tufuna abayimbi. Twegatiddwako Secretary General waffe. Secretary General waffe Lewis David Lumbuyye wali wano.
Mr. President, twenda nnyo okutukkiririza mu kuzza obuyinza mu bantu abatukulembera mu bitundu mu local government. Mr. President, ogenda kukkiriza bakwanjulira abakulembeze abasookerwako wano bakansalas ku bitundu ebyenjawulo ne bakyapasons abantu babalabeko. Era nsaba abakulembeze abo bali sayidi eno mujje kubanga betusookerako wano. Naye nga twegambye buli eweyambulera kola ki? buli abanyambula bakola ki akabaliro tukamanyikamu manvuuli manvuki tewali kikolanga manvuuli petulukita kasefuli akasaawa byosinga kwakabaliro ki ewali manvuuli kola ki abanasingira manvuuli mubirako pulezidenti amanye nti wemuli kakati abakulembeze baffe mu local government mujje okulembeze baffe abalabeko naye nga mu byonna eno bagiyita nationalunityplatform kwata mu kifo ogambe national unity platform oyagala
toyagala nga local government leaders bange bwe bajja muyite wano bwemuti musimbe walirayo nga bwe bajja Mr. President nzikiriza nkulopere nti etuuka kuwulira disitulikiti ya Nakaseke erina amagombolola 15 erina constituencies 3 omuli constituency ya Nakaseke South ekulemberwa omwagalo w'abangi Luta Maguzi Senapula. Ngenda kusaba kulw'okuyisa mu budde Mr. President onzikirize Registrar wange technical team ene kulemberwa Right Honorable Secretary General waffe ayanjule abantu be era mu bufu bwe bumu ng'abakwasa obukulembeze bwaffe obwakkunga obuli wano kugenda mu lutabalo okutandika na leero ng'omaze okubakyaginga okunoonya obuwanguzi wonna ambulera kijinga.
People power! People power! Our power!
people power
NUP!
everywhere
Everywhere!
NUP
Neyanziza nnyo neyanzeege akaseera kano akampeereddwa erinnya nze mulwanyi we Bukenya Ashraf Matumbwe nga nze Registrar owa Nakaseke South Constituency. So Mr. President, newankubadde akaseera batuwadde kakwanjula bakulembeze nsaba okkirize ku lw'abantu ba wansi fe abalina okutuusa eddoboozi eri ggwe. So Mr. President, wano ne gy'oyise omukulu Museveni gye yalwanira nsaba abali emabega musirikeko, abali emabega mubeerawo musirikeko order oluvannyuma lw'okulwana. So Mr. President, bakitaffe baabalimba newankubadde bayamba omukulu oyo naffe abaana be bayita abazzukulu babadde batulimba. Nsaba mugatte engalo tulabaze pulezidenti waffe basoma n'abasoma basoma kuba batuula ettaka bwe bamaze ssebo mukama waffe bwe tumaze okusoma mukulu pulezidenti Museveni kyakoze ekintu kimu ajja n'akasawo k'ebijanjalo katikkiro 5 okukaya omwana w'omulwanyi enewaffe bw'amaliriza. So Mr. President, fe abannakaseke tusaba tukole naawe endagaano gye tukola naawe yeeno. Abalwanyi bano ffe tetwagala sente z'abalwanyi ng'oliseemu. Biki bye twagala? Twagala enguudo ennungi ewaffe Nakaseke. Twagala ettaka lyaffe olikomyewo ery'abaana Nakaseke. Twagala abaana bano obawa emirimu obateekawo enteekateeka omwana okuba n'omulimu. So Mr. President, economic activity esinga Nakaseke mu bawala bwa Kadaama nkusaba otuteerewo embeera okulaba nti omwana munnayuganda tavaawa. Wonookola ekyo fe ab'e Nakaseke mugambe tusimbudde. Tugenda wagira Museveni tetugenda muddiza kalulu kaffe. Tugenda kuwagira Excellency Kyagulanyi. N'olw'ebigambo ebyo kkiriza kwanjulira abakulembeze abali wano nga bava e Nakaseke South. Tukulembeddwa Mutibwa Saamu okuva e Kaasa Ng'ombe. Tulina omukulu muje mutibwasa muyite wano tulina omulwanyi wa Matthew okuva mu Lulwe, tulina omukulu Vincent naye tulina Zawadi Resite na Kaseke Central, tulina Namonge France naye ayise wano. Kiwanda Joseph Kikamulo Sabukawo olwo mumumanyisa budde wano. Tulina Falja okuva e Kapeeka kansala waffe Ouma Kapeeka, Namuli Prescom ya Kiwoko Central, nabo Asante President waffe tumuwadde abalwanyi betwesiga. Waliwo abantu b'NRM abagala okukozesa abatafuna bendera yaffe baligeswa wamwe tewaba wa Ambuleera wetuwa kati
Speed abakulembeze mu local government district chairpersons mwena muveeyo president
kusaba abaloko government
parliament mwena mujja mweyanjule president abalabe nti mwaze.
People power! Our power!
Yeze freshman ya Kristo njiwimbe mpologoma yerwero Lamela wechifunge cherwero
People power!
Wola bamanguli tikinga aberuwero fetwa muleta ke kasera tumutwale manena buji simufungize President Opa Chagwali Senta mwana katondo mulamu ye President owekumi owa Uganda sagalo kore story tokora era.
People power, our power. Basebo ne banyabanya kasete mwe bale kutwaliriza. Elinya nsebet infonalina. Woman MP wa Kiso district. Kendo mintango boga. Kuma ile kutwale president. Mtewe liye wakwetewe. People power. People power. People power. Nena Kenya Brenda. Obako mtala Owalwe district. Karaguna oi. People power, our power. And in the for Jimmy Young and then any people whether some city
People power! People power! Our power! Christian! Amanya Sanja Patrick Kayongo of Commonwealth Jerusalem, Sagre Sanja Elia Bugereri. People power! Kuga Tabulani Kuga! Kuga Uganda Kuga! Christian! People power! Amanya Muwada Kunyingi. People power! Our power! President kumacha dondo abana benakaseke ati Ambuleera President Ambuleera oye NUP oye Uganda oye alo Bobi wafoyo na ya chimani na ya chimani Wala kana zungururu Kwa kizungururu Chayuna juu Nakasangwa juu Changula ni juu Olunakuwa meka irinde mwenanga bamuri wano Bana Uganda mwenna jamuri Olunakuwa tusaya kowa People power, our power, NUP everywhere. Basta wale wanyango yenze mulima mayuni waruka Abdala Kayongo.
Kiki abantu b'emukono era ekitulesa bano basebe banyabo tukakasiza ddala nti munywera olwetwogagambula wano era ababasi bako yali minisita nabo bali bubi ngaffe n'obasonga eyo baseba n'abanyabo tusobola okubanyweza tukakasiza ddala nti tusayo ali mu parliament tusobola okubatakakasa nti pulezidenti addako 11 ali wano era bamagala okusinziira tugezeeteero entebe sabusekaka buganda wangaali People power, our power. Nakasaka unity, nakasaka unity. Esawa enaku zigenda kumazibula yontono nyo. President w'ekitiibwa Kyagulanyi Ssentamu alinye entebe mu ntebe. Ebanya Atoku Charles Mr. President era ndi wano naye era mbeera mbisitedde nkiikirira abantu b'Ebusiro South eri ku Ntebe Road bwe mumala eno nga tujja eri nga tuggalawo olutindo. People power, our power. People power, our power. NUP everywhere. The people power, our power. Is somebody? Mzemba kwa nationalunityplatform chakako wa NUP. Niyo wanooniwaka. Zali wa mugo mwana semto. Wali wabe semto wano. Wali wabe chijaku sobe na soma na wao. Muliyaka sembayo. Omanyi mbadde mawulire. Awo wagera kwera wekulira nga baweliki. Mu mawulire agatalina. Akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kalangiridde Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu people power, our power, everywhere. Nakasake, chirichita, abamaro chirichita, amanya alihaji na singanda muyamiti wakubeba jine. Katikokala wa mwini mugumu, wazaiki mingi alikololo. Ndagala mkoma wa nikeni kwenye mwini mabulile tokola. dredlimbu wali nga tumwogera mpola mpola. People power! Our power! Kunga Kyagulanyi kunga! Kunga Lumbuyye kunga! Kunga Mwanga Kifumbi kunga! Kunga Lutabaguzi kunga! Walalala! Erinnya lyange nze Kabakabirthday nkiikirira katika muno Kaunti. Wano nawomba ndi wakabana muwulireko President wemu. Mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala. People power! Our power! Abandi aze Ssalongo Meya Tone Sempe Bwakiyimba mbakasanga ki President gyava. Kyagulanyi oye! Nzambe yaddako okukuuma ekibuga President mwakola ki? Mwava! Naye ng'amakasi nakaseke ebutemula kasambya. People power! Muteeka okuba n'amaanyi Museveni yakulekera amakuza g'abantu baffe. Kati kwatambulira babulensi byegaleggadde nabajja basawo ne bannyabo muteekeddwa okusinziira okugoba Museveni kuleke Kyagulanyi omwana muto avuga Uganda. People power! People power! Our power! People power! Our power! Kunga Kyagulanyi kunga! Kunga Luwera kunga! Kunga Nakaseke kunga! Kunga everyone kunga! Yenze Kiromera Hassan, sitting abantu be katika musawo mu parliament ya Uganda, Ssaabasajja wa President waffe Kyagulanyi Ssentamuga. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale kwagala President waffe. People power! Our power! Viva Kyagulanyi, viva! Viva Kyagulanyi, viva! Viva Kyagulanyi, viva! Nsajja wannunanna kintu omulamuzi w'emisango gy'omuntu wansi owataasa amakaago abakyala bakimanyi DNA nyongeramu abakyala nyongeramu DNA kale mbabale nnyo mbabale nasensa okubalaba. So Mr. President tukwabaza nnyo olw'okubanga wawaddeyo okutoonya kye tuyita Mickey Mouse Independence. Wabale nnyo wabalire ddala General Museveni yatulimba independence ejjudde. Wabale nnyo okwewaayo okubanga ozze okutuleetera independence mu sectors zonna kyetugenda okweyagaliramu. Basawo n'onya waffe tuli bagenyi. Nze ndi mubaka omukyala eyeeteeseteese okuddukanya Mpigi district kubanga mmanyi bonna beevuganya nabo balungi naye bonna nze mbasingako. People power! Kunga Kyagulanyi kunga! Kunga Nakaseke kunga! Kunga Lutamaguzi kunga! Kunga Kyagulanyi kunga! Basiba ne banyabo njagala okubategeeza nti Robert Kyagulanyi President waffe lwe lutindo lwokka olututuusa mu Uganda ki? Mu Uganda ki? N'olwekyo basiba ne banyabo 226 genda okuyege munno ne munaakuyege munne tusobole okulaba ng'omwagalo w'abangi. President waffe akati kamu ak'ekibiriti kokka tetusigazaawo okulunula eggwanga lino tumutuusa mu ntebe. Nze mulungi Sharon Kawesi omubaka eyeeteeseteese okukiikirira Mpigi district. Sebo President twagala kwebaza ne ttiimu yonna olw'okutuyirawo omubiri ffe bannayuganda n'olw'okutwanguyiza ebyobukulembeze. Basebo ne banyabo mwe gye mubeera muli independenti mwefuga wosuula wafaanana watya? Wafaanana bubi. Abaana basoma mu myaka 4 abaana tebasoma. Mu myaka 4 amalwaliro temuli ddagala. Mu myaka 4 tulaba ku magye gokka. Mu myaka 4 bawamba bantu. Balwa ensonga eyo tufungize tugobe Museveni n'abantu betweyagala emitende yaffe okuyita President. People power! Our power! If you are happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you want, and you are really happy. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, say goodbye.
If you're happy and you know, say bobiwine. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to know, if you're happy and you know, say bobiwine. Someone will just propose and wake up. Muraho neza? Muracahumeka? Aba abanyarwanda b'abantu mbagambe Museveni si yabaleta mu Uganda baleme kutiitira olw'akaluga bobiwine yabaleta. Ekyokubiri nzize mukuba olonena Kaseke ndabye abasirikale buli ng'omulaba omupoliisi akutte emmundu bagigula $3.5 million. Magazine yataddeko egula $5 million. Ze million meka naye babawo omusala gwa mitwalo meka lw'okuba ku makya tebannalya tebannakola ki Nakaseke district people power our power. Nakaseke district bulijjo erina emmotoka ya poliisi emu temulina mwewunyiriza bakemwanyi naye olwa bobiwine kati kuba emmotoka za poliisi nga 90 mubagambe bulakamunomweto bulakamunomweto bulakamunomuki mubitegedde nolwekyo babayitako bagambe obudde bwonna gavumenti ejye yakyagulanyi enkundu ziddayo mu bwana emugenda kuba ne walete ensava ne walete ki nolwekyo mbere bagumu akalukani ate mbegayiridde temukkiriza bisajja makonkona kiro buli wawase edare mubigambe kutuvaako katuli kumatiri munyo tuli mu kutonda abantu esaawa eno ekikonkona kigambe esente ziiseewa sinakasala abaana bandali akaluka kyagulayo tegerekese olwekyo ngamba ku muzindaalo buli omu aliwo n'akaluka ambuleera kaki bw'obanga bagenda mazima wandika emikono waggulu wandika waggulu kyagulanyoye pipo power abandi balanjawoye abalamanja pipo power omusajja ayogera n'ennyene zikunkumuka tukoye abagaba pala abali omuli capati mu palame nga bajjayo okulya capati twagala bateeze muki yani people power n'omukyala yani murakoze cyane murakoze people power
tuyansanya olebose okulawaka bonna president abantu be Nakaseke basiime waliwo omutayagala okuyimbiramu omanyiko mbaffe tupromotinga talent by Nakaseke build Nakaseke omwana kabaweebu naki kale tuleete
people power. Uganda ne bagigabana nyama bifi
nnyo. Mr. President obadde okyali awo waliwo abakulembeze bafena mulindwa janga obuzeeko ku bantu. Alo people power, people power. Kunga na Kaseke kunga, kunga Kyagulanyi kunga. Amanya Nsangali Flavia na mulindwa Mbutekomba Matumineko. Olwo baitalemane pana kyomubaka w'emukono ono banifa nabukeera. Ono banifa gyababuuzeeko tuleete ekiddako. People power, our power. Kunga Kyagulanyi kunga, kunga na Kaseke kunga. Onakololera ku lwasanyufu okuwalaba mu nnamba ennene nnyo bweti. Naye kati olunaku olwaleero tukkiriza nti Nakaseke tumuwambye kubanga yali muwambe ebiseera biri. Naye kati abantu bazimuka era njagala bategeeza ekiriwo Kyagulanyi kumutwala mu ntebe pulezidenti waffe. Si bwe guli? People power.
People power,
Our power.
NUP,
Everywhere.
everywhere.
NUP.
Kabli omateko omukono waggulu, omukono waggulu. Kyagulanyi oye, Winning oye, Nakaseke oye, people power oye. Kakati essaawa zino kabayitire Honorable Alani Mayanja.
Nainga kirikya Kyagulanyi oye, Robert oye, Emitembo oye. Basebole banyabo omwebale kujja mwekubireko mu ngalo ez'amaanyi. So Mr. President, nze musajjawo Alani Mayanja Sebunya akiikira abantu ab'ensonga.
Oli ku Sama Uganda ne KKTV. Yenze Sama Uganda.
Bwe nagenda mu sseteeserezo abantu b'e Nakaseke muli ba mukisa. Mukimanyi President yannyongerako obuvunaanyizibwa. Nze deputy chairperson w'akakiiko ka Kosase esseteeserezo mu ggwanga. Tumulabanga kyakitiibwa nga deputy chairperson w'akakiiko ka Kosase mu Uganda yonna ng'avaawa. President mwebaze. Mr. President, ng'abantu b'e Nakaseke fe abaleeta mwami Museveni. Naye ate mu kumuzaayo obuvunaanyizibwa obwo bw'Abannayuganda bonna. Si bwe kiri? Era Museveni oyo yatulira ente. Era obuwanga bungi buli eyo nakati olwaleero bwe basambula ebisambu abantu ba Nakaseke Central olwaleero basobola okutema ku buwanga n'abalemeezi. Teyakoma okwo awamba n'abaana baabo abalwanyi. Sebo Mr. President kankutegeeze Kalanzi ali ekitalya. Taata we ye ssentebe w'ekyalo ekiddakaawo era azaalibwa lumpewe. Kalanzi gw'omanyi obulungi. Kitegeeza olwaleero mwami Museveni atandise n'okulya abazzukulu. Si bwe kiri? Naye ffe ffennyini ate ffe abalina okumutwala emisinde nga tuli kitole. President kankutegeeze Nakaseke Central erimu Kiwoko Town Council teriimu yadde health facility yadde n'emu bweti yadde health center 2. Kiswaza olwaleero mwami Museveni eno gyayita meka ya NRM. Kikuba enkikwe olwaleero Nakaseke Central teriimu yadde ekkubo erya kolansi bakalikolaawo ennaku ezo kubanga tumaze okubateeka ku nninga kyabuswavu. President kakutegeeza abantu bano balina ennaku olw'ensonga bajenero ab'amagye officers batwala ettaka ly'abantu ba Nakaseke Central. Olwaleero abantu baffe bafuuse emmomboze naye tuli bagumu nga Bannayuganda era nga bannankyukakyuka Kyagulanyi bw'anajja mu kulembeza ettaka lyammwe lyonna lye bababyeko bajja kubaddiza muno. Pulezidenti wano we tuyimiridde akasomero kano kalimu abaana bangi era ka gavumenti, naye bw'otuukayo tewaliiwo toyireti, kiswaza. Baatugaanye okugenda mu Kiwoko Town Council kubanga pulezidenti waffe bamutya. Omusajja butya omusajja, kubanga amaanyi gammwe galabikira ku kifaananyi kya Kyagulanyi, ate ne Kyagulanyi naye n'alabikira mu mmwe. Kitegeeza buvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okuggyako Musaba nga tuli kitole, nga tuli wamu. Entebe muki 226 tulikole naki mwebali ddala. Sigadeze Alimanja Sebunyumba kwa Nakaseke Sento. People power! Our power! Kyagulanyi naki? Robert naki? Senta naki? Mitembo naki? Kale kamayitire omubaka omukyala Nakawoya Esther naye ababuuzeeko.
Enzanyo Honorable Mayanja Sewunya Sebo Mr. President tukwaniriza nnyo Nakaseke meka y'abali abatulira ebyaffe ne batubeerabira Kasebo ne bannyabo nze Nakawoya Esther maama Nakaseke omubaka omukyala addako wa Nakaseke district B26 tukubengana n'endulu nga twaniriza President waffe Nakaseke. So, Mr. President, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Mitembo Musinguzi Ngobi olunaku luno luligenda mu byafaayo nti nga bali bagamba nti meefuga wajja Nakaseke n'otubuusa nti tetwefugangako bukyanga batuwa meefuga. Era Mr. President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Nakawoya nzikiriza nkutegeeze era oba oliawo nkujjukize nti Nakaseke bali abasajja b'ameka yaabwe lwa nsonga gye baalwanira. Bajjajjaffe baabawa ente zaffe, baabaagala, baababudamya, naye baatwerabira. Baatusasulamu, batusasuddemu bino wammanga, batusasuddemu ekibbattaka. President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ojjukira bwe wajja Essemuto mu Town Council ku kyalo ky'Ekinegeredde ng'ozze okukyalira omwami Stephen Mugambwa ku nsonga z'ettaka. Nzikiriza nkulopere nti omwami oyo yafa. Bamutta omwami Mugambwa bamukola ki? Bamutta. Ekyamuviirako okufa kubba ttaka lye. Ng'abalimba bali mu buyinza mubamanyi buki bulungi naye beeyita bannantakwatwako. N'essaawa eno bayinaayina tewali abakola ki? Tewali abakwatako. Muzeeyi Mugambwa awummula mirembe naye essuubi lyaffe ery'okumalawo ekibbattaka mu Nakaseke ne Uganda yonna tuli mu President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Basawo ne bannyabo baatwerabira batujjukiza baatwerabira batuleetedde enguudo mbi mundaba ndowooza bwenfaanana. President mulaba bwafaanana koneba omulaba bwafaanana ondaba otamaguziyimirirako bakulabe bulungi. Alina n'obukooko we ago ge makubo ge batusasuddemu emyaka meka galinga ebikuute by'ente naye basawo ne bannyabo essuubi lyaffe lituli mu President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Basawo ne bannyabo mukkirize mugaane abasajja bano Nakaseke mu mmeka yaabwe ne Luweero batusasuddemu obwavu obw'ekika ekyawaggulu. President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu abantu baffe bano baavu babafudde baavu obwavu obw'ekigenderere kubanga musajja mukulu ow'ekikoofiira yagamba nti omuganga takola ki? Tafugika. Naye mu byonna President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu essuubi lyaffe lituli mu ggwe. Nga maliriza basawo ne bannyabo okola ekibbattaka kanoonye okoye bano baffe okufiira mu Buwarabu kalonde okoye eddwaliro mutali ddagala kalonde. So President njagala nkuloopere amalwaliro gaffe wano mu Nakaseke 24/7 tegabaamu ddagala tewabayo bikozesebwa. Ne First Lady Babi Kyagulanyi oyajja wano mu Kikamulo Health Center okutuletera ebitanda abakyala kwe bazaalira bamugoba tebamukkiriza bikola ki kubiteekayo. Naye mu yonna essaawa yonna Uganda ekyusa obukulembeze, tube n'obukulembeze w'omukulembeze waffe amanyi abantu ate akulembeza abantu. Bagaliza akaseera akalungi nga mmaliriza era abakyala gye muli, abakyala gye muli, abakyala tukola ebitundu 52 ku 100 ku population y'eggwanga lyaffe Uganda. Twagala ebitundu 52 ku 100 ffenna tulondaani Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangale.
Bampita Sama Uganda. Soko ogendeko mu byafaayo byange.
Omubaka addako
bakunyonyoleho wamwayi
tumwanirize.
Yenze Kabaka wa live Sama Uganda.
People power, our power. Amanya nedowoozi Kayanja Geoffrey okuva Ngoma ye Nakaseke North esayyeeyo. Basebo ne bannyabu ndi musanyufu okubeera wano olwaleero. Mbadde mbasaba tutereeze mu lulimi kubanga baddemu ebbanga ddene. Bantu baffe tebaagala bayita balaalo. Kakati tufunye omukisa nti bakooye era bansimbise mbakiikirire emyaka 4 nga bawagira tebalina kye baddeemu. Essaawa zino bassebo ne bannyabo bakkiriza kubanga ne be bawagira tebalina kye bajjayo. Kwe kusindika Kayanja Geoffrey. Nkuliddeyo mbaddeyo ninayo eddwaliro ndi musawo.
Okay, Butere abali ku mukutu badde susse nga eyingira nnyo mu simu yange. Okay, Butere abali ku mukutu gwa Sama Uganda nkube badde susse nga eyingira nnyo mu simu yange naye ngisimuddeko ku mazzi n'enkomawo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde. Mu mbuyaga, mu musana, mu masasi mu Ase. Okay, Butere abali ku mukutu gwa Sama Uganda nkube badde susse nga eyingira nnyo mu simu yange naye ngisimuddeko ku mazzi n'enkomawo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba Buganda, baganda bange, bassebo ne bannyabo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba Buganda,
Boterevu enkuba mpitirivu nenyina okubaweereza kyeneewayo kola. Enkuba mpitirivu naye nyina okubaweereza mu maaso ga president, mu mbuyaga, mu musana, mu masasi, mu nkuba neewayo okubaweereza. Yensonga lwaki mundabye bwe mbadde nga nfuna booda netambula mpola nga nzirusaawo ebigere. Mbeera bwetyo bweri mukutu gwa sama Uganda, mukutu gwa sama Uganda. Baganda bange, basebo ne banyabo abaguliko, mukutu gwa sama Uganda gwewayo kubaweereza mu buli mbeera, mu masasi, mu nkuba. Twitewako ase mukutu gwa sama Uganda gwewayo kukuweereza mu buli mbeera, mukutu gwa sama Uganda. Baganda bange enkuba mpitirivu wanetagayo ku beyini jaketi Boterevu okyekumide ku mukutu gwa sama Uganda. Enkuba mpitirivu nga bw'olengera naye ate nyina okukuweereza bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambula mpola mpola. Ebigambo abigambe abaana ba Buganda banange nabasaba nenkugamba bw'otandaba ku Facebook TikTok mbeerayo nakibagamba era mbadde ku TikTok tuwaka ya Facebook yekyanze kino kibasabye ebbanga lyonna nembagamba mu following emikutu gyonna mbasabye ebbanga ddene nembaga mu following emikutu gyonna. Facebook bwegaana tulina TikTok naye mwagaana okiwulira. Baganda bange, basebo ne banyabo abagwekumiddeko bwatyo president bwatandise mpola mpola. Tuli mu Buganda, basebo ne banyabo tusinzidde wano ku ttaka lya Buganda. Bwatyo embeera bweri president his excellency Robert Kyagulanyi yogolengera. Baganda bange mbaweereza bubi, banange mbaweereza bwe mu buli mbeera, mbaweereza bubi, banange mu buli mbeera mbaweereza bataata. Bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambulirako ddala. Eyo ye mmotoka ya his excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Mbeera bwetyo bwe kyatambula mpola mpola. Banange akati akakwata essimu konna kafunye, akati akakwata essimu konna kafunye nga mpita ku TikTok. Bambe mwebale nnyo mwenna okusobola okubeera nga mbaweereza malidade sana mu maaso ga his excellency nga mbalaga embeera nga bwetambula. Baganda bange, basebo ne banyabo, bwetyo enkuba yo esuse naye kubibaddewo tetusobola kumugyako cameras. Kubye mulabyeko batomedde abaana bangi, so tetusobola kumugyako kamera naye nga mbeera bwetyo bweri. Baganda bange, basebo ne banyabo, ke katika ekibiriti kokka ke tulina, ke katika ekibiriti kokka ke tulina. So we can't allow to lose it. We can't allow anybody to lose it. Okay, abana bankore, abana bambara, abana ba western mwena kuba baramusya, abanyamunyanye, abanyabuzaare n'abanyamukago mwasiba mutabasibo ne banyabo. Obwiro obuntonda kubagambira ngo tuli mu Buganda tukuyisane turonda karuru His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Basebo na banjabo ninyenda kubagambira ngo mushisho gwe atari ansonga zeye nko muntu ari anshonga zihanga ryona nahenda kuhindura amashomero tugabone, amarwalo tugabone, enkuto tuzibone. Nayenda iwe mama ryokwe kabara ari nkahe arimbarara ari nkahe omwana waba wamwoherezo mahe nayenda rugeyo yaba yagaruka haka aije no mwonyo aije kwevuga aije omanyengo mwana wanja kuise nahirizi hangarye konka omwana naija haka akabe bizibu niwe ine bizibu ba mama ntwena kubagambira ngo mushijogwe takabasa kubata sento munsaho namazima takabasa konka naza kumekinga sure waba noza guro mwonyo omwonyo ne bazagushara gubero gwa sentenche tambula omwonyo naza kugushara amashuta naza kugashara buli kimwe naza kuchishara twabeshengereza mwaba mwamureba mu muronde tali anshonga zeyenka museveni ali anshonga zihanga waba tokumwenda gamba bana bawe omusekugarukaho bendo mushogo bagenzi tayine nshonga akabayine sente mushijogo go kureba konka akija aritwe akija kuturwanirira bagenzi mwikiriza twebembere bagenzi mwikiriza twabeshengereza twebembere boterevu ampita sama Uganda mwikirize njogereko n'abantu bo mambuka abo mu western mbamase achuni kukuni upini kwa chada kwa chaguranyi akwiri mi kuchino kwa NRM kuchu kwa chaguranyi achudu kwa NRM achunu mi kunu kwa cha NRM na PDM chununyu kweki kuche abalimba chengezako kuwanga mbagamba ko byemanyi abyesemanyi ate nemba ngambireka agamanje kulimba genda ko mu dictionary ayenze sama Uganda botere vumbera bote we chatambula atulinde his excellency Robert Chagulanyi Sentamo baganda bange basebo ne banyabo
check 1 2 oba mumpulira
mubereko mbera yo nzibunyo naye mubereko banangende munkuba naye ngezako okubawereza za baganda bange.
Alright, sawa zino tuli kwetegekera live olunaku olwaleero his excellence Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu agenda beerawo awo ekavule Makerere nga alaunchinga manifesto ekavula ku kitebe kyaffe ekikulu. Kyobokola sharinga live, likinga, commentinga. Wano ndigezako kubaterayo sound just naye nga tugenda beerako paka. Thank you so much abaliko
banange nga kyakutedda gabadde massive gabadde masavu merere mbeera bwetyo bwe kyatambulirako ddala muganda wange atugoberera nkuba mpitirivu naye nze ndiwo okukuweereza waffe essuubi lyaffe bambi. Thank you so much mwena abansupportinga Mama mbebaza banange. Thank you so much, thank you very much bambi mwebale nnyo
1 2 check 1 2. All right
esimbyewo abantu Wanga agenjawulo mbalamusitako nyo mwena abatulabira mawanga agenjawulo nga mwe mutulaba nga mumaze nga muli mukukola milimo ne muteekako ne muwuliriza. Thank you so much mwebale kumpuliriza nenjagala okukulalifayinga omusajja gwe bayita Keke
Kavuka
bali okusapotinga ensonga y'enkyukakyuka bwetyo embeera bwekatambula kimu wabula buzibu bwomwinako omupulezidenti buterevu abali ku mukozi ogwasama uganda nkube badde esuse nga eyingiranye mu simu yange naye gisimuddeko ku mazzi nenkomawo pulezidenti bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba buganda baganda bange basebo ne banyabo pulezidenti bigambo bingi
sawa zino tuligezako bategekera live nga His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu alaunchinga manifesto wali Makere Kavule muganda wange
olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate kikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi
tulikwetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu jagenda okutulaunchingira wano Makere Kavule. Yes my brother, wasuze otya? Good morning.
People power, our power, our power. People power, people power, our power, our power. People power. Bobi Kyagulanyi, Kyagulanyi. Bobi Kyagulanyi, people power.
Chovokola tambuza live, sharing a live, twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
obwefunideko bwatyo pulezidenti watandise mpolampola
Tegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. It's what we are on.
Fetwagala ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe kwate kikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi, Kyagulanyi. Kyagulanyi,
twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Makerere e Kavuli wagenda okubeera nga launchingira manifesto. Good morning. Chobo kola sharing, commenting amanye nti kwe muri YouTube wagwa.
Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power our power people power Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Bobi
Vanachuka chuka. Good morning.
Power
twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today wano e Makerere Kavuli.
people power
Twagala ntebe. Wow. Sharing, liking, commenting.
People power, our power, people power, people power, our power, people power. Fetwagala ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi,
mubereko mbera
tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe kwate kikobo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tumukoye tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye
Kugambye twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu gwena ali e Bulaya. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon okusinziira mu nsimoli.
Mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno gwegitambuza bunaseno kanwanira siyange kafuuka sadaka wanange Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power.
Bameka abeetegese okuwuliriza manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu President e Makerere e Kavuli waneeno tugenda okubeera.
Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people
twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Kavule e Makerere today. Sharing alive, sharing alive, sharing alive. We are getting ready. President atandika soon. Tanatandika.
People power, our power, our power, people power. Tukoye busoso zendala tukoye, tukoye, tukoye chipata katu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye kupaka lulu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye, tukoye. Mutulangira mulikade mutulangira, mujije wala Uganda mutulangira, mutulangira we mututa mutulangira, mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira.
Manifesto His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Makerere e Kavule. So buli alikomanya omulawa gwa manifesto today. Yep. Thank you so much for commenting. Bamwise bio nabye byaragasi. Thanks live streaming watching from Bushenyi. Thank you so much. We are getting ready for the manifesto of His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today, right now, in a few minutes. Bajja kawulira akaliro TV wezigaana otulaga ffe tujja bikola production yenna tumutegeera ffe abaana ba Nuupu. Never say never. Yeah. People power, our power, our power, people power. Tukoye busoso zendala tukoye, tukoye, tukoye chipata katu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye kupaka lulu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye, tukoye. Mutulangira mulikade mutulangira, mujije wala Uganda mutulangira, mutulangira we mututa mutulangira, mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira. Just stay on to the manifesto His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today. Okay, anyone asking what is going on? To the manifesto His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Center today. Yes, it's what we are on. Gwemulamwa today. His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Center agenda launching a manifesto. Wali ekavule emakere.
Ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munnayuganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwata ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwata fumo bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busozo zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera gamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno gwegitamuza bunebuna seno kanwanira siyange kafuka sadaka wanange bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi people power our power people power our power people power bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi 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 Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi people power our power people power.
President launching a manifesto ye wano emakere ekavule today. So chituli ku mulama ye live stream eno je tugenda right now okubanga tukuletera buli kimu live and clear. Yeah.
Oisikia kangunga na moshi wa kunga bobi bobi Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi.
Someone is asking when the rally is beginning. The rally is resuming. The rally is resuming on Monday. Yeah, Monday.
People power our power people power. Fetwagala ntebe ya Kyagulanyi fetwagala ntebe ya bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya bobi kwagaboko olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munnayuganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwata fumo bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busozo zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera gamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno gwegitamuza bunebuna seno.
Just make sure you share the live. Someone is asking if manifesto launch, what about in Busoga? No, okay. Chintu cha buvunanyizibwa nnyo kubanga ya launchingibwa e Busoga. But then wano it is the office. Remember, it is the head office. I just don't know how to explain it to you, but politically it is mandatory okubanga okikola kubanga kibanga kintu kya I just don't know how to explain it, but just know it has to happen, and it is going to start soon. But just caught up with technical issues. Tunatandika bulungi.
Our power, people power, people power, our power, people power.
Kuwabantu ba wansi sabalina okutuusa
I want to confirm if we are back on air. Tubadde tuvuddeko network issues. Are we back? Ogambye sound. Are we back? Tell me. Tell me if we are back on air. What we are on, we are just getting ready. Manifesto agenda ba launching soon. His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Centamo at Kavule kuchitebe kwenyene nyene. I tell you this, kuchitebe. Yeah, thank you so much. Okubanga kuri share.
Our power, people power, people power. Our power, people power. Bobi,
someone has corrected me. It is not manifesto launch. It is unpacking. Yeah, it is unpacking. Yeah, it is unpacking, not launch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Share the live. Enamba y'essimu gye mulaba gye mutaddeko oba olina kiripu oba obujulizi bwonna bw'olina abasirikale bye bakola, you can share, or if you want to support anything, that is the number. Thank you so much. Yep. Let me hope everything is okay. Sound buli kimu mazo be preparing ngamba tuseke ekintu nga tewali kyekwata. Is everything okay? Share the live, share the live, share the live. Ngugambye enamba y'essimu oteekako obujulizi bwonna. Omusirikale akoze ki, you share on that number. Biki you share on that number. For any support, again that number. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, ndigezako preparing ekifaananyi kiti kigenda kujja soon. Soon kijja. Banange, remember ku ballot paper tutikinga umbrella. But kuliko Robert ku ballot paper ya president, but when you see the umbrella, you take Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu umbrella. You get my point? Thank you so much for that. Mwana abaliko kambatumireko Lukanga Augustine Bionavye Biaragasi Lukanga Augustine Andrew Andrew Kawat. Andrew, your name is hard. Yeah, so guys, respect for all aspect. Share the live, share the live. Saka tukendele. Manifesto coming soon. Manifesto coming soon. Yeah. People power, our power, our power. People power, people power, our power, our power. People power. What should I fix in sound? Yeah, tell me. I fix manifesto starting soon. Unpacking manifesto. Let me split for you this. Unpacking the manifesto. People power, our power, our power. People power, people power, our power, our power. People power. Fetwagala tebe ya Kyagulanyi. Fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi. Tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi. Tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi. Kwagabako olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi. Olwanira ntebe kwagamundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi. agambye nkusanya oluzungu oluganda lugamba nti tugenda kwetekera ku unpacking sikimanyi mu Luganda manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu akabonero umbrella wano ekavule ku kitebe ekikulu sawa zino lwe lugendo lutulimu olwa manifesto ono bamwise Namuganze Irene agambye inze James Katiba Kumbya Ruka Amon. Thank you so much. Share the live. Njala tuyingira abantu 50 plus. Enamba nkugambye gwene yakegattako owerezako obujulizi bwonna. Police ekoze eki bani bakoze eki you send that number. Oba ina support yonna gyoyagala okuwa still the number. Thank you so much. James, I'm sorry okuyita erinnya eryo anti kati gwoyingirira mu akaunti ya mukyala kati tukoze tutya bana mwenna. Thank you so much abali ku share the live manifesto gye twetegekera waidi mbanjagala ogibawa naye ate baba bagenda kumbuuza tuli kuki kati mumbule mbayo waidi oba ngira mbalekerayo eyo screen eri split
ya Kyagulanyi fe twagala ntebe ya bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya bobi kwagavako olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate kikobo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno gwejitambuza bunaseno kanwanira siyange kavuka sadaka wanange bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power.
waliwo antereezezaamu nti kitegeeza okusabuukulula manifesto yes olunaku olwaleero tugenda batusabuukulula manifesto eya National Unity Platform eya President waffe Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tubadde tulina okutandika ku ssaawa 5 but we just got issues obimanyi ebya poliisi obudde basooka ne bakwata omanyi poliisi eyagala kukola bi house arrest byebirwisaayo katono president but ye president ali safe wadde poliisi tesobola right now because talina kyakoze. So tugenda sabukula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nziramu obajjukiza ekintu kino eyo enamba gy'olaba ku screen si ya kusupportinga kyokka. Poliisi weekola ekintu kyonna weereza clip kweyo enamba eyo clip egenda tuuka mu bakulu egenda tambula ew'enjawulo egenda genda ew'enjawulo oweerezako obujulizi bwonna. This time around ebintu tubikuttemu bulala siffe but bakama baffe aba National Unity Platform babikuttemu bulala nti balina okutereeza buli kimu. So enamba teekako obujulizi bwonna poliisi ekoze eki baani bakoze baani ebyo tuweerezaako obutali bujulizi mpozi n'ekirala woba olina support gy'oyagala oweereza that is the number. Thank you so much gwena aliko sharing live. Yasini Hidaya thank you so much webale nnyo Nantale Maria ontereezezza mu kigambo man oko unpacking it is okusaba okulula kiyizi
kanwanira si yange kafuuka sadaka wanange Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power people power our power people power Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power people power our power people power
mu commenting endaba bakwemuli muyinza okusirika omuntu yenna eyakajja kyegezako okugamba nti leero tuli mu kusaba okulula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano ekavule. Yes, obudde butukuttemu but we are coming anytime from now. Tujja feed zijja
people power our power people power
sharing a subscribing gwatana subscribing channel yaffe eri bagitwala bagihakinga kati ne tuggulawo eno mu mannya amalala wenaddamu okula tugenda kuzzaayo erinnya liri mu mannya abasinga manyi channel gye basembe otwala channel y'enkyukakyuka.
Olwanira ntebe kwata mundu ng'olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munnayuganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwata ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwata fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi
ekirala nsa kunsaasira mu nsonyiwe spelling ya umbrella entawaanya ekigambo umbrella kyekyo wano wansi wa posta president wentadde londa umbrella kyekyo ekigambo ekituufu oba
people power people power tukoye busoso zeddala tubukoye tukoye kibata katukikoye tukoye okubba akalulu tukoye amakomera gammwe tukoye mutulangira buli kadde mutulangira mujijje wala Uganda mutulangira we mututta mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno bwegitambuza bunebunaseno kanwanira si yange
protestvote. No. It is manifesto kusaba okulula. Yes, manifesto unpacking. Yeah, it's what we are on today, right now. Yes.
People power, our power, people power.
Share the live. Bana njagala mbajjukiza ekintu kino. Kuluno tulina beera bakambo kuuma akalulu. Weereza obujulizi bwonna kweyo kiripu. Oba bakutemya eki, oba temu buli kimu kigenda kuggwa. Obujulizi kweye namba. For any support again kweye namba. Buli kimu ye namba. Naye tokuba kubanga oba oyingira network yaffe.
Bobi, chagulanyi, chagulanyi, Bobi, chagulanyi, chagulanyi, people power, our power, people power, our power, people power. Fetwagala ntebe ya chagulanyi, fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi, tulwanira ntebe ya chagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi, olwanira ntebe ya chagulanyi, olwanira ntebe kwate mundu, olwanira ntebe ya chagulanyi. Bobi, 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 Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, people power, our power, people.
Tuli ku manifesto launch ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Yes.
Zendala tukoye, tukoye chipata katu tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera gamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwejitamuza bunebuna seno kanwanira siyange kafuka sadaka wanange Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, people power, our power, people power, our power, people power. Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, people power, our power, people power, our power, people power.
Is the sound okay?
Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, people power, our power, people power, our power.
Is the sound okay? Please tell me, is the sound okay? Is the sound okay?
Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, people power, our power, people power, our power, people power.
say this just to, as a, not to.
Is the sound okay?
It was President Obama in 2004 who said that citizens don't expect the government to do everything for them. Our people are hardworking, they are talented, they are paying their taxes. All they need from us is a government that can just create an environment which enables them to realize their full potential, which can utilize their taxes to work for them. And so here the manifesto we're unpacking for you is not that all your problems are going to be solved per se, or that we are going to give you everything that you want. But we can at least guarantee that our government will create an enabling environment, which means that a talented young man from Kamwacha can rise to be the next icon of us on the African continent or in the world. Yes, that it is possible to leave your university and have a job that gives you dignity, not because it's the only thing you can settle for. So thank you so much. We ask you to please broaden and allow yourself to imagine what is going to happen after 2026. So this is how it's going to flow. Each priority area will have 5 minutes, and we encourage each of us to keep our questions. We shall ask the questions at the end of the general presentations. So we will have the presentation in how they are ordered within the manifesto. What that looks like is that number one on the priority list is going to be what is presented. So the first priority point we have in our manifesto is on freedom and constitutionalism. And it is going to be presented by our party General Secretary, Honorable Lumbuye David. Mr. General Secretary, allow me to invite you to take us through the first priority point. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, comrade leaders present today. We are here to unpack the NUP manifesto, and I'm here to talk about our manifesto priority 1, which is about restoring constitutionalism, human rights, and the rule of law. First of all, what is the problem in Uganda? The problem in Uganda today is governance. Uganda does not have any other problem except governance. All problems that we have in Uganda today can be summarized in one word: the failure of governance. Uganda ranks 126 out of 142 countries on the rule of law index. So you can imagine Uganda beats just very, very few countries in the world in terms of respect for the rule of law and human rights. That is terrible. In Uganda, media rights are not respected. Journalists and media practitioners are regularly harassed. There are enforced disappearances in Uganda. Up to now, we are looking for 18 people who were abducted by the Museveni regime in the last election. Yesterday, the president delegated me to attend a briefing ceremony for one of the children of Damulira John, who had disappeared in 2020, and up to now, he has never surfaced. And as you know, our Kenyan brothers, 2 of them were picked on the campaign trail on the 1st of October. Up to now, nobody knows where they are. Sam Mugumia, who was abducted from Barara, is still missing, and many other people. What is the other problem? Due process and legal environment. Many people can tell you in Uganda that if you're poor, you're not going to get justice in the courts of law. If you go to courts of law and you don't have money, you are sure that the person who has money is going to beat you at your case, no matter how good case you have. That is why people say, Omwavu tasinga musango. Electoral integrity. That in Uganda today, many citizens out there will tell you everywhere we go, Pijakulonda, never namulangirira, because there is no electoral integrity. People go and vote. People go and vote. You saw what happened in Kayunga, where the regime just took over and declared whatever they wanted. The other problem related to governance is, of course, corruption. The breakdown of constitutional order. In the 1995 Constitution, it provides that the Constitution would be durable. Unfortunately, every time the Constitution has stood in Mr. Museveni's path, he just kicks it down the road uses the military, usurps parliament, bribes parliament, and takes over the functions and amends the constitution illegally, and the parliament, of course, the judiciary have been weakened very, very strongly. And there's a deliberate attack on civil society. You all recall that a few years ago, over 5,000 NGOs which were dealing with governance issues were closed down by the Museveni regime. I can go on and on and on talking about the problems, but before telling you what NUP is going to do, I wanted us to get to know the problem. Now, what is NUP promising? Number one,
share the live,
to restore term limits in our constitution. NUP will not only restore term limits, but it will entrench them. And any president who will attempt to remove term limits will be charged with treason. It will be a treasonable offense to try to remove the mandatory term limits from the Constitution of Uganda under the National Unity Platform. Number two, in accordance with the Supreme Court decision, NUP is going to remove that UPDF amendment which took civilians back to military courts. Civilians will not be tried in military courts whatsoever. Number three, like the president said on the trail, the first action he will take once elected president of Uganda is to free all political prisoners. Now, you people who are watching us are the reason why those prisoners will be in prison after the election day. Because if you vote for NUP, all political prisoners, beginning with Dr. Chiza Besigye, Machete, Eddie Mutwe, Achileo, Gaddafi, and the Karamajong, who have been taken to those prisons and are not being tried for no crime whatsoever, will be freed immediately. Meaning that a vote for NUP is a vote to free all political prisoners. The media who are here today under NUP, no security forces, no police officer will interfere with the work of journalists in the new Uganda. Journalists will be free to do their role without fearing what will happen when they go back home. Under NUP, the president will not appoint the Electoral Commission. The powers to appoint the Electoral Commission will be taken out from the president. First of all, we are going to bring about separation of powers. Parliament will be independent, the judiciary will be independent, and therefore there will be organs. There will be a committee, a separate committee dealing with this, and the final approval coming from Parliament. So, the powers to appoint the Electoral Commission, because we all know that that is one of the biggest problems we have today, where one of the candidates is the one who is appointing the Electoral
Commission.
But also the appointment of judicial officers, including the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice and all other judicial officers. That power will move up from the President. As you all know right now in Uganda, all judges from the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Constitutional Court, and the High Court, all of them have been appointed by one man called General Museveni. That is why many of them feel emboldened to him. That is why many of them feel indebted to him to do what is against the Constitution and what is against the judicial oath. But we believe that if the president is not the one appointing judicial officers, then judicial officers are going to do their function independently and serve the citizens of Uganda. In the new Uganda, there will be no internet shutdowns. Facebook will be restored. You will not need to be on VPN to access Facebook. UCC will no longer have powers to switch on the internet when they feel like. That one will not happen in the new Uganda. The civil society, NGOs and others will be allowed to function. We are going to have merit-based appointments. In the new Uganda, it will not depend on where you come from, what is the size of your nose, how old you are, where you come from, to get a job. In the new Uganda, you will get a job based on merit. You will get a job across the board. So that is how we plan to restore constitutionalism and the rule of law. We are going to remove all oppressive laws from the law books that we have, and very, very finally, we are going to have lifestyle audits as part of our fight against corruption. If you are serving the government, you must tell us where the money you're using is coming from, because we want to make sure that the money of the citizens is used to fight for the rights of the people and not for personal aggrandizement.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again, Mr. SG. I think that's a very clear plan about how we are going to undo the shrinking space that we enjoy as a country. I just want to let you know that it is possible to access this manifesto on the party official social media platforms, on the party website. Please look for it and be able to read some of the things that may not be captured in these short presentations. Having said that, allow me welcome the leader of opposition, our party spokesperson, to present the second priority area, which is on ending corruption and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. This reminds me of our school debating days, where you're given 5 minutes to hammer the point. I'll attempt to do that. Our manifesto priority area number 2 is ending corruption and wasteful government expenditure, one of the biggest quandaries we have in our country. Let me paint a picture for you quickly. Our national debt currently is 116 trillion shillings. That's how much you and I owe. That means every Ugandan, including the baby that was born this morning, owes 2.5 million shillings. Every single Ugandan, including those who have never seen that kind of money. That's how bad it is. We got and disbursed loans, money that is borrowed, and it sits on accounts unutilized for a very long period, and yet we have got to pay interest on that. That has got to end. We want to plan for our country efficaciously, and it's possible for us to be able to do that. As you know, some of the borrowed money is stolen. We have a debt rollover, which we accumulate annually. That's money that we borrow and we are unable to pay. Domestic arrears. There's something called domestic arrears when government, ordinary people do business with government and government doesn't pay. That figure is 14 trillion shillings. People who supply food to government, ministries, departments, and so on, who do construction work, ordinary Ugandan people, 14 trillion shillings. These people borrow money from the bank so that they can do this government job, and government doesn't pay. So businesses are crumbling, local businesses. Meanwhile, we have foreign investors who come here. They are guaranteed land, they're given free land, tax holidays, they're guaranteed money. Pinetti, I don't know, whoever, Rocco, was given 200 plus billion shillings. Achiak Sugar Factory, 600 billion shillings. Day Biopharma. These guys who promised to put together a COVID vaccine, 723 billion shillings. That nonsense is going to stop under our leadership, so that we focus on the ordinary Ugandan. There's no reason why our roads cannot be built by these young engineers who graduate. It's something that we should be able to do, but you bring foreigners here, they consume all the money, including the freebies that we give them. Look, we have got a lot of poor planning that happens, something that we want to eliminate. Every year, we have several schedules of supplementary budgets, up to about 5 trillion shillings. Now, supplementary is supposed to be a bigwa bitalazi.
Let me hope sound kwali, chukila wano simanya chiriyeyo. Let me hope sound kwali bulungi. Yeah, share the live. A number take a call Julie yeri ku screen. If you want, you can send any support. Thank you.
Over 2 billion shillings per day. Their annual budget is exhausted in the first quarter, in 3 months. That's a reality, always. In the first 3 months, their entire 12 months budget is exhausted. Then they come back to Parliament for supplementary budgets. That nonsense has got to stop, and we intend to stop it. We have extensively talked about corruption. We know that on an annual basis, we lose 10 trillion shillings per year to theft. Those are hospitals, those are schools, those are roads that are stolen on an annual basis. Our government intends to make it risky for anyone to steal taxpayers' money. I know there are people who have said, and I know folks in the Inspectorate of Government, they say our challenge is our people are not morally upright. That's why there's a lot of stealing that happens. Man is inherently evil. Look, governments elsewhere, countries elsewhere where there's not as much corruption, it's not because their people are morally upright and good. No, government has made it risky to steal. You steal taxpayers' money, we lock you up. So that others take a lesson and know you cannot touch taxpayers' money. So we don't want to always talk about corruption like these folks. You will see action. Finally, we intend to eliminate taxes on essential items like menstrual products, scholastic materials, and school data bundle. We were debating this issue sometime in Parliament, and there was a young lady, I now hear she's going to run for woman MP. She's the current youth MP, Buganda. Now I hear she wants to represent the people of Luweero as woman MP. She said, no, let's not reduce taxes on Pampers, because when we reduce taxes on Pampers, we shall be promoting homosexuality. I said, did this one even go to school? How do you reason that way? Anyway, for us, we want to practically do that so that it is accessible by our ordinary people, by the poor people whom we must be able to bolster. Here is the catch. We want to introduce a paid tax threshold of 1 million shillings. That means, for those of you that are employed in the formal sector, because currently for as long as you earn anything above 249,000, you are in the tax bracket, you must pay tax. First, we are saying no. Anyone who earns below 1 million shillings, we are not going to tax that money. That is your money. So the tax threshold is going to be 1 million shillings. Anything below 1 million shillings, that is your money. Use it to better yourself as an individual. That works a lot better than, we have been seeing.
Can someone please tell me sound ya bulungi? Share the live, guys. Share the live.
Yes, we want to bolster our people, and you'll be seeing many of those programs where we can bolster the ordinary.
President wali atuse ndoza mulaba ku screen wali ateredde
in the local people's businesses, but we begin that by lessening the tax burden on our ordinary folks. That's something that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our party spokesperson. Now, this country seems to have a lot of divisions. We've had governments which pity us against each other, people from regions versus the other regions. But we are one people, we are Uganda, and that's why in our third priority point, we talk about national unity. We have a deliberate plan to make sure all of us live in this country united. I'll invite Mr. Fred and Mr. Court George to talk about national unity, which is part and parcel of our party, but also part of our manifesto. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the President and everybody gathered here today. My name is Juela Mokoit. I am one of those presenting priority number 3 that states that we as a country must focus on consolidating our national unity. We come from a country that has a history of war. If you're very much aware, every part of this country, including Central, had at least 1 or 3 rebel groups. While all these rebel groups existed, they did not fight an individual. They were all fighting for leadership for everybody in this country. We have consumed fabricated history and distorted lies in a way that they tell us it is NRA that brought peace to the country. It is a lie. There were more than NRA groups that were fighting for peace. They simply lied the other varring parties to come together and drop their guns, gave their leaders offices like General Ali and others. Even us in Teso, we have them. They gave them positions so that they can tell their followers to stop. After they stopped, they were never compensated, they were never empowered, they were ravished in poverty. And that was done so that they can consolidate power in one person who we all know. And they told us, they gave us peace. They simply silenced guns. Other regions, I want to give an example of Teso. Teso, with the war that we went through, we lost our backbone economy, which was the cattle economy. We expected that when a government that is concerned of its own people takes over, the first thing they were supposed to do is to make sure that we, the people of Teso, are sat down and given an opportunity to forgive one another, reflect on their future, and concert their effort in developing the area while government is supporting them. As the National Unity Platform, this is our commitment and promise. We cannot arrive at a consolidated country peacefully without truth-telling. So as a government, we commit to establish a truth, a conciliation, and a justice desk. And here we are demanding that as a country, can we come together? If you know you are responsible for having committed an atrocity, come forth and tell us what happened, not the lies. Ugandans value forgiveness. Ugandans value unity. We assume that somebody cannot forgive you unless you start by telling the truth. So we are saying as a government, first and foremost, we want to put that desk in place so that we track all the sources and the causes of why we went into war and therefore forge a way forward. Number two, as a government, we are saying, can we put in place at least a rehabilitation program? One beginning with psychotherapy rehabilitation. Because we cannot be able to think straight when all of us are suffering from post-trauma disorder syndrome. The syndrome is caused by direct face of traumatic events like war. That is the reason as to why they will never arrest an NUP member peacefully. They want to beat them up, bring the tortured one so that you can see, so that psychologically you suffer PTDS altogether. They want to make sure, because you know, PST is transferable through your gene. For us in Teso, people fear to face government because our parents transferred the gene of fear and trauma to us genetically. So we are saying as a government, we are putting in place a program to see how best we can de-escalate trauma in the mind of our people. I thank you. I give Jogo the chance.
Mr. Coit, we really come from war-torn areas because the energy you put on the mic, you just know these are people from war-torn areas. Because you have been crying for long, now you have the energy. I hope I'm not going to be also another one. Dear President and comrades present, my name is Jago Fred, aspiring for MP for Kidum Municipality. When I was contacted to come and present on how reparations on war-torn areas can be done in the new government, I asked myself, how am I going to dress? Should I dress like a person coming from a war-ravaged area? Or should I dress like a person of a new Uganda? And I decided to dress like a person of a new Uganda. Because in the new Uganda, you don't need to look like your problem. In a new Uganda, no one should look at you and say, look at that bakoko. I learned this vocabulary because of teaching in Kampala for 6 years.
Mwagala mbavunule mu Luganda, ngenda bivunula. Soke tuwulirize, ngenda bivunula.
And a group of people putting on round hats and holding sticks entered the bus. If you were supposed to be there and listen to the whispers of people in the bus said, they are there. They are passing. Yes, those are the Balalos who came to steal our land. Those are the ones. I looked at myself. Really? In a new Uganda? We still look at somebody's dressing and we believe we can judge them because of the way we look? This is going to change in a new Uganda because of the promises that I'm going to enumerate now. 1, we are going to end sectarianism and tribalism completely in Uganda. We are going to make sure that you are judged by the level of your brain, your competence. This issue of technical no, should stop, but we should go back to technical no, ow. You still remember that in your primary? Technical no, ow. We used to cram that. But these days it has changed. You need to know a certain language. No wonder a certain general called MK said he's going to teach our comrades a certain language that I don't even want to mention, because he is just weaponizing innocent people who have nothing to do with their government. That is a family rule. To conclude, I want to say we are going to have equal pay for equal work. Teachers are striking. I want to tell you, in Central here, you are lucky. From Monday to Friday, you get children still going to school. Why? Because their parents can pay school fees. From my village, children have not seen teachers for close to 25 days now. And teachers, the leaders of these teachers are moving around saying we are talking with government. Talking with government? Up to when? Elections are coming. Why don't they use this time for election to pay them if possible? So I'm sending fellow teachers in Uganda. If there has never been a time you want to vote Museveni out, this is the time, because you have not been paid. Let me talk about national unity. We are going to organize national unity festivals and social cohesion functions, where if we are going to dance at the headquarters here, we are going to see Imbalo, we are going to see La Raka Raka, we are going to see Baksimba, we are going to see Otole, we are going to see Ajosi from Teso, we are going to bring the Karamojongs to jump here, we are going to have all kinds of dance, so because it is called national unity. Thank you so much. To conclude, we are going to empower.
Okay, we are going to interpret. Tugenda bichusa tubivunule. Tusoke tuwulirize. Ngenda bivunula nga tumaze.
Wesley Mumbere, who was punished by the government for close to 6 years. He never stepped on his soil because he was telling the truth. In the new Uganda, traditional institutions are going to have their autonomy. Traditional institutions are going to be empowered, and this will work throughout the country. They are not going to be used simply to support the government in power, but to tell the truth to power. Thank you so much, comrades.
Shalom Television Uganda.
Afoy matek luakme choli lango Karamojong ke West Nile. Machalo National Unity Platform NUP. Watika wajoni gamente manyen papati enini obenero ni apora matie Uganda makangat manyang kole kinerni umebo ka chole kinerni chol ka Karamojong kinerni komechol beberu pe Uganda. Igamente manyen pa National Unity Platform wabenero ni lufonye kichulugi mabe wako fonye lutino. In Buganda we say abana basome, right? Children are going to go to school. Thank you so much. I continue. Go on. Thank you so much. Hey, my transfer has started coming to go back to Kidgum.
Thank you so much. When you go back, tell them we love them so much. That said, before we have the next priority area discussed, our alumni from the School of Leadership are preparing a skit for us. So after the next presentation, let's prepare our minds to welcome them to present their skit. Having said that, I think the discussion around teachers not teaching and poor quality education takes us to our next priority area, which is access to quality public services.
All right, tuli mukusobola okubanga tusaba okulula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano ekavule ku National Unity Platform. sharinga, likinga. Live eno wegwa ffe tetugenda kugimala. Tugenda kuvunula muwulire omwana oyo.
People power. Our power. NUP. And everywhere. Even here. In the new Uganda. Mr. President, the Secretary General, the Leader of Opposition, all leaders present, and the general public of Uganda, good afternoon to you all. My name is Dr. Shabim Nambasa, and I'll be presenting with Dr. Judith Nalukwago on priority number 4. And for priority number 4, we are saying that as the National Unity Platform, one of the things that we are going to put emphasis on is access to quality public services. When we talk about public services, we are talking health, we are talking education, we are talking clean water, we are talking transport, we are talking infrastructure. When we look at our health system at the moment, you'll find that out of all the districts in Uganda, about 82 districts lack a general public hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that out of 2,100 plus sub-counties in this country, over 1,696 lack a health center for. If we have all those districts that do not have health centers, where are our people going to go when they fall sick? Recently, we saw Chris Bariomusi fall sick in his own constituency, but there wasn't a single hospital that could attend to him. He had to send for a helicopter to come and airlift him from his constituency, from the people that he represents, to be treated in a different districts where they also have their own MP. But I ask you Ugandans, how many of you have a contact that you can call for you to get a helicopter to airlift you from wherever you are? I think out of all of us here, it could only be Mr. President, but I'm not sure. I think he says he also can't get a helicopter. So how many people are dying on a daily because they don't have access to good health care? When we speak about good health care, people believe that we are only speaking because we are privileged. I speak from the profession because I am one of them. I have served in those hospitals. I have been to Chirudu Dialysis Center, but I tell you that people fight for beds for them to be able to get dialysis. But I saw a photo of a certain country where a dog was getting dialysis. Our lives less important compared to the dogs that the whites own. We have seen pictures of babies at Kawempe Regional Referral Hospitals in these plastic chairs where you're seated today. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose over 100 mothers on a daily. It's sickening that as I hold this microphone, in this very minute that I'm speaking, there is a woman out there that is bleeding to death because there is no tranexamic acid, because they couldn't get oxytocin. Sorry, I'm going very far. Let me go to education, ladies and gentlemen. You see, in Uganda, over 1 million children that enroll in primary 1, only about 300,000 make it to primary 7. That is only about how many? 30%? Do you see what I'm saying? Where are these children going that are dropping out? Who is thinking about those very children? They are out there getting pregnant if there is, or if it is a gentleman, he's now going into stealing. And these children are giving birth not to children, but to more poverty, because in the first reason they dropped out, it was because of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, we find that there are districts, for example, in Napak, where the gentleman with the big heart claims to get 100%, but there is no single secondary school. Are you hearing me? Am I communicating, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, Minister of Education.
As we go ahead, we find that in the education sector, a single pupil is only allocated 20,000 for school fees in an entire year, while we see the Speaker's office getting billions for donations. We see so many spending a lot of money, in different things. They're giving out, they're dashing out money, but your child is allocated only 20,000 for them to be able to study for an entire year. I don't know what for. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about clean water, I've been to districts where people share water sources with cows. We find that cows are even getting some clean water, but there are districts where they do not get clean water. Out of the 48 million Ugandans here, we find that about 38 million lack access to clean water and to toilets. Where are they putting their stool? Where are they defecating, ladies and gentlemen? There are those little veras that we find where we pass. You find there is a heap because they don't have access to clean water, and it trickles down to the health system. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform promises to offer access to good roads. We find that out of the 1,500 plus roads that we have, I think it's 153,000 kilometers worth of road network, only about 6,338 kilometers are paved. That is only about 3.9% of the total road network in Uganda. But even out of that 3.9%, 20% is in good conditions. We have seen the roads that you use. We did the pothole exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw that we have lakes in the middle of roads. When we speak about our railway system, we don't even have a gauged railway system. That out of the entire railway system, only about 321 kilometers.
Simanyi oluzungu lwe lubaddusa bannange. Sharing a live tugenda bivunula. Share the live, like, comment.
It going. But we know that in developed countries, trains are the quickest and easiest means of transport that they actually use. Trains can improve our road transport. Trains can be used to carry out trade from region to region, but that is not what we see in the current Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, when we study about the history of Africa, Uganda, when we constructed Entebbe International Airport, it was the largest international airport in East Africa. And that was before Mr. Museveni took over power. He takes over power 40 years down the road, and Entebbe International Airport is the only airport that we have. Yet it was the biggest in East Africa. We now admire Kenya, we admire Tanzania. But I mean, what are they doing? I had forgotten to tell you that when Magufuli took over power, he paved over 5,000 roads in 5 years. 5,000 kilometers of roads in 5 years, and Mr. Museveni has done that in 40 years. What more evidence do you need for you to say that it is now for us to have a new and better Uganda?
People power. Dr. Nalukwago Judith nzize kubabuulira mu Luganda so that bajjajja bange ab'e Masaka wa Kigundu bategeere n'ab'e Mawokota ab'e Mukono muliyo musiibye mutanamwe mulina okutegeera. Bannange Dr. Shamima annyonnyodde mu Luzungu naye katuddeko mu Luganda. Ngenda kwanguyizaako kubanga obudde butukutte. Public service mu Uganda population yaffe eri miliyoni 48. Nga tugenze maaso tuprojectinze mu mwaka 2016 population ya Uganda egenda efuuke miliyoni 16. Ne kwezo miliyoni 16 abasinga kwabo ebitundu 7 ku 10 bagenda kubeera bakozi. Kitegeeza Uganda oba government erina okwetegekera ekiseera ekyo. Bwe tukyetegekera tetugenda ku developinga. China yetegekera ekiseera ekyo, Singapore yakyetegekera, ndowooza mulaba gye bali. So nga ntandika mu public service tulinayo ebyobulamu, ebyenjigiriza, amaanyi g'amasannyalaze, amazzi amayonjo, tulinayo enguudo, tulinayo eggaali z'omukka, tulinayo ebisaawe by'ennyonyi. Tugamba tuliwa nga Uganda biseera bino. Mu Uganda tulinayo districts 82 ezitalina malwaliro, ate nga tulina ne sub counties tezina health center 3s. Banange health center 3s watandikira obujjanjabi mu system ya health mu Uganda. Naye ebyalo oba sub counties sub amagombolola 116 tegayina health center 3s. Kamba buliyo ka story twawaddeyo nga tugenda nga tuva Emityana tugenda Ekyankwanzi ku campaign trail ya president ne tusanga health center 3 nensalawo okikozesa okweyamba. Unfortunately yabadde abandoned, temuli basawo n'abalwadde bali awo tebalina abakolako. Bwe nageze mu toilet okumanya zibadde abandoned nasanze ennumba Mr. President ennumba nezinnuma era ennaku 3 mbadde siri campaign trail kubanga mbagezaako okuwona. Naye ebyo bye twagala okukolako nti tewali health center 3 mu government ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ejja kubeera abandoned. Nga tugenda maaso Mwami Museveni alina emmotoka ezimutambuza 6 si mukaaga si nkaaga wabula lukaaga naye mu uganda yonna tulina ambulances 178 bannayuganda. Lwaki gavumenti eno tesobolako byebyo twagala okukyusa nga tugendako mu bya enjigiriza? Ndi musanyufu nti nno nze nzaaliddwa abasomesa era nasomerako mu ssomero lya UPE so mmanyi ekiriyo ate nga bazadde bange bakolanga lesson plans nga nange ndaba kirabeka kyeva bazaala omuwala omugezi nga tugende mu maaso. Mu byenjigiriza omwana oba buli mwana mu Uganda bamuwa $2,000 buli mwaka. $2,000 buli mwaka kisobola kukola ki bannayuganda? $2,000 tekisobola kugula na kalaamu oba kugula peeni mu mwaka oba mu ttaamu egi oyo mwana anasobola okusoma. Mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi tugenda kwongeza funding mu UPE schools. Ekirala ekisinga obukulu bano abaana bagenda ku ssomero bambi ne bamala essaawa 8 nga tebalina kyabadde. Tetugenda kukkiriza ebyo mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi. Mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi buli mwana ajja kufuna emiiro at least emu buli lunaku basobola okonsentratinga mu kusoma kwabwe. Ekirala abasomesa beekalakaasa. Ekisooka tebamala kubanga bw'otunuulira staffing rate y'amasomero mu Uganda gali ku 34%. N'obutamala abasomesa era nze maama wange yasomesanga mu ssomero lya gavumenti naye ng'asomesa subjects 3. Lwaki omusomesa omu bamubadde ninga okusomesa subjects 3? Buli subject erina okubeera n'omusomesa. N'ekirala abasomesa tebabasasudde bulungi. Kyobula beekalakaasa mu Uganda empya tewajja kubeerawo kwekalakaasa kubanga abasomesa bajja kubeera ne ssente ezimala era tujja basasula bulungi. Bwetugenda ku kyamazzi baganda bange abasinga mulwala typhoid temumanyi bino ebintu gye biva kubanga bannayuganda abasinga tebalina mazzi mayonjo kyokka nga tulina agayanja ga Nalubaale tulina Kyoga byonna tubiina mu Uganda naye ensinga zi Saudi Arabia ezitalina nnyanja zirina amazzi amalungi ageyagaza naye wano mu Uganda tetugayina. Lwaki tubeera mu gavumenti bwetyo? Ne tugenda ku amasomero ebitundu 68 ku 100 tebiina mazzi. Amalwaliro ebitundu 44 ku 100 tebiina mazzi. Lwaki eddwaliro libeerawo nga terina mazzi? Bwe tugenda ku bya enguudo Dr. Shamimba agambye nti tulina network y'enguudo emitwalo 15 nekwajo emitwalo 15 kilometers nkakaaga zokka zenkole ate nga NRM yakakolako kilometers 14. Imagine emyaka 4 kitegeeza buli mwaka bakola kilomita 10. Incompetence of this government. Tetugenda jikiriza mu government empya oba mu Uganda empya. Bazadde bafa batusingako obukulu. Bazadde bamwe batambuliranga mu gaali y'omukka naye kati nze emyaka gyange okulaba ku gaali y'omukka nina genda bweru wa Uganda tekigenda kubeera mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi. Ebyo byonna tugenda bikyusa mufune gaali y'omukka ng'osobola okubeera wano e Kampala yobeerayo omupiira mu Hoima City ng'olinnya high speed training ekutwala dakiika 3 watuuse dda walabye omupiira wakomyewo. Uganda empya tetubasuubiza. Ekirala era ebiddiridde okusemba amasanyalaze n'amazzi. Amasanyalaze ga bbeeyi. Uniti y'amasanyalaze ya $10. Ngenda mu saluuni okunsiba enviiri okunnaaza bunaaza omuviiri omukyala wa saluuni n'angamba maama amasanyalaze ga bbeeyi nange nnyina okuggyako ssente nnyingi naye nga lwaki mbeera nsiba enviiri za ssente nnyingi? Lwaki gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi tejja uniti y'amasanyalaze ku $10 n'eriteeka ku $5? Ekidomola ky'amazzi tugenda kukijja ku nnusu 20 tukiteeke ku nnusu 10. Bannayuganda mugenda kunyumira Uganda empya ate nga no connecting amazzi n'amasanyalaze bigenda kubeera bya bwerere. Gavumenti eno yonna egenda bikolako. Ekisinga obukulu airport. Mukimanyi loopu waffe ng'akyakulira Kosase yavaayo n'abalaga nti mwezo waliyo abakyala bataasoma bye baaweeja emirimu. Abataasoma bonna tugenda bagobayo. Kale baasoma omugigi naye biri ebitabo bye twogerako bonna bataasoma tugenda bagobayo tuteekeyo abantu abasobola okumanaginga air transport yaffe so that buli region wabeereyo airport nga munnayuganda asobola okubuuka n'ava nona nga bwe kiri e Kenya. Ababaddeko e Kenya mukimanyi abantu bavuga okuva e Mombasa ne bagenda e Nairobi at a low cost. Byebyo twagala mu Uganda empya. Bannayuganda nga mmaliriza mukimanyi tubyogeddeko sente za health zigenda kwongezebwa. Tugenda kwongeza sente funding mu government hospitals ate n'abaana bajja kulyanga emmere y'obwerere buli lunaku. Neyanzisa nnyo people power, our power.
Thank you so much, Dr. Judith. In conclusion, here is what the new Uganda promises. With the National Unity Platform, we are saying that our health centers are going to be increased. We are going to increase funding in the healthcare system to about 25%. Or even more, considering what was promised in the Abuja Declaration that said if the health system must improve, at least 16% of the national budget must be dedicated to the health system. We are going to recruit doctors 16 times more than what we have at present. And we are saying that every health center 3 must have a doctor. And we are going to triple other healthcare workers in the new Uganda. In the new Uganda, the funding for the education sector is going to be increased. We are saying, why should our teachers be struggling? Yet we have a lot of money. We have over 10 trillion that is stolen to corruption every year. But our teachers, ladies and gentlemen, you do not have to buy electricity poles anymore. You do not have to pay for the wires to have electricity in your home. We are going to remove value-added tax on electricity bills. We are going to make sure that businesses, domestic users of electricity, where SMEs fall, do not have to pay VAT. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that every village has 10 water sources, clean water sources, and all town councils and municipal councils must construct toilets that will be accessed for free, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so bad when I go to Kampala and I have to look for a toilet and I pay, yet it's even empty, but they are going to be free of charge in the new Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a railway that connects all the 4 regions in Uganda. Why should it take you 8 hours, 12 hours to come from here to Yumbe, yet you can use a train and get there in 4 hours? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that we have regional, international airports. These entire airports that you see, we are going to put down and we lift very new, good-looking international airports. And there is no reason why you will have to come from Ntungamo to Entebbe to board a plane to Rwanda. Do you understand? Yeah. That is what we are saying. We are saying that in the new Uganda, you will not have to struggle for anything. We shall make sure that whatever it is that you need as a public service is available to you. People power. Power. Kunga Uganda kunga. Thank you so much.
From what you've heard, do you want more of the same or you want change? You already have a clear picture of what is going to be in the new Uganda. And we are not just saying we are going to do these things, we have people who are going to do these things. I'm sure you're confident that these young ladies and doctors are capable of delivering what they have just promised. That said, before we welcome our alumni to perform the skit, we shall first have a surprise artist. Felisa, the superstar, is going to sing, perform for us. Thank you so much. DJ. Mr. President.
Superstar.
Webale nnyo. Uganda empeera nja kweyagala nnyo. Thank you so much for that. We are going to have one more presentation and then we'll have the skit. At this point, many of you have been asking, because in our manifesto we have told you we are going to create 10 million jobs, and many of you have been saying, how is that possible? I think most of you have gotten used to governments which don't create jobs. I'm going to welcome Honorable Mwanga Chivombi to present on the issue of unemployment and how we are going to create jobs for you. Thank you so much.
People power, our power, NUP, President kantwalayo omukisa ogw'enjawulo okukulisaayo mu Greater Mubende ne Greater Luweero. Bane mumukuliseeyo kyabadde kyakabi koze. One, let me start with a simple philosophy in managing an economy. It is akin to going to war. Because quite often, after all this struggle we are in to remove a dictator, and our president, after swearing in, he will be just occupying momentarily a certain hill stop, but it will also define how far the climb has been and how steep the next journey to end unemployment, to create a better life, to give our people better opportunities. It will just be a beginning of a major struggle. Now, like any other war, developing an economy entails taking over what we call commanding heights. Commanding heights of an economy starts with, I'll only mention two that are very relevant. A commanding height of an economy, the first one is an emergency of an enlightened elite class in a country. I'm using the word enlightened, not people who have gone to school. An enlightened elite class is aware they must live simple, that their people must simply live. They do every sacrifice. They have a command of duty, responsibility, commitment, sacrifice, patriotism, and courage to ensure they deliver a nation. The second commanding height is an emergency, a skilled, which they've talked about, of a skilled, healthy, working human resource, for which people have talked about health and education. Another commanding height is peace. When I talk about peace, I'm speaking about durable, predictable, peace that we take for granted, not an absence of war and gunshots. Once you have that peace and stability, then you have occupied another commanding height. But in the role of that peace is the role of the military, for which most militaries in Africa fail African presidents. The military complex, other than waging war, is the gatherer of strategic information and direction of a country. They have a duty to unflinchingly speak to a president, no matter how difficult, to tell the president that what you are doing is not right, change direction, take a new course because of the future of our country. Now, our military think all they do is to consolidate. Another commanding height, of course, is finance and banking, which I will leave. But my role was to demonstrate to you that you can create 10 million new jobs. I think that is an understatement. In Tanzania here, they have demonstrated, starting with the Magufuli, that in 5 years you can transform a country. The young man, the general, in the friend of the president, who has demonstrated that in 3 years just you can transform a country. We are sure with the National Unity Platform, with the discipline of the National Unity Platform, it will take us 2 to 3 years to put Uganda right and begin a new course, not just to give you peace and stability, to give this country a heritage of an ever-improving destiny. I'm speaking about a heritage. Countries change forever. Good leaders don't change countries momentarily during their regime. They give them a basis of an ever better life for their citizens. And it is possible, starting with Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu and the National Unity Platform. Will it be reinventing the wheel? No. Nations start from somewhere. America was given an opportunity by one man called George Washington. So was India. China was given an opportunity by Chairman Mao and others. Singapore by Lee Kuan Yew. And so many other countries. So I have no doubt, and I've worked with our president closely, I have no doubt he will deliver Uganda to the promised land. So be out there, be all out 4 months from now, 2 months and vote. Now, this is what we are going to do to create jobs. One, we are going to leverage tourism. Tourism has the potential to create new jobs in Uganda. And let me speak about tourism. Tourism today does not mean the presence of crocodile and lions. For you to have a tourist destination, you must improve all the things the Sabims have talked about. Infrastructure, have peace, have better roads, have communication, have better hotels. Once you do that, tourists will simply come, even without branding. So you don't need to. There must be roads without tanks and tear gas. There must be respect for human rights. Put Edimutwe in a basement, you are discouraging 1,000 and hundreds of thousands tourists. No one wants to come to a country where people are put in a basement. It can't. Every time you see jam on Kampala Road, you are discouraging tourists. So today people go to Dubai. Are there dinosaurs in Dubai? No. Are there lions in Dubai? No. Are there valleys in Dubai? Are there rivers in Dubai? No. It's because they have done a first-class infrastructure. That's what our government will do. The second thing we shall do to leverage is to create an industrial sector that can create jobs. An industrial sector that can create jobs will be the one that has a backward and forward linkage. Backward linkage is an industrial base that will be built on our comparative advantage, which is agriculture. And when you build an industry on agriculture, 2, We are now getting a new comparative advantage. We are one of the richest nations in mineral potential in the world. From oil to uranium to gold to tea to everything you need in Uganda we have. How very fast shall actually the thinking in the other sector of the economy is if we had developed our industrial sector, our mineral sector faster, we would never have needed to borrow to develop the oil sector. Therefore, we are going to fast track a huge industrial complex based on our mineral resources, on our agricultural resources, on our fish industry, on everything we have, and create hundreds and millions of jobs for our people. We're also going to do where our presidents come from. He has been speaking about the 4 A's, okay? The art, the academics, so we are going to do a sports and arts industry that will deliver Uganda. And we can tell you today, a 1 billionaire that has joined the billionaire rank this week by Forbes magazine is not an industrialist. He's a one-man called Cristiano Ronaldo. Is a footballer. We're also going to do where our presidents come from. He has been speaking about 4 A's. Okay, the art, the academics, so we are going to do a sports and arts industry that will deliver Uganda. And we can tell you today, a 1 billionaire that has joined the billionaire rank this week by Forbes magazine is not an industrialist. He's a one-man called Cristiano Ronaldo. Is a footballer. How many Cristiano Ronaldos can we have in Uganda? You see a young man like Okello, Alan Okello. He's been given opportunities years back. This younger girl instantly will be a millionaire in terms of. So once you do those best things, then other things simply fall in. So our promise for new Uganda is a Uganda that will ensure you have a heritage of prosperity, not for now, not for our children, it will be for infinity and beyond. And with those few words, I thank you. I am requested to translate what I've talked about in Uganda briefly. Ensi yonna nationalunityplatform bwemala okuwangula egenda ku lutabaalo olwokubiri. Olutabaalo olwokubiri lwe lw'okukyusa obulamu bw'abannansi. Okubaggya mu mbeera embi gye mukooye tugende mu mbeera ki ey'okwesiima. Tetubagamba mutulwanirira mu nsi muno mubeere baavu. No! Ekitulwanyisa bannayuganda mubeere baki bagagga nga muli mu bulamu obukola ki obwesiimisa nga temusula na suwegi. Wano mu Uganda abantu basula n'ebinyonyi. Wano mu Uganda abantu basula n'ente. Abantu mu Uganda basula wamu n'embuzi nga temuli mu nnyumba za nsiisira. Ng'obudde buziba tekitegeeza kizikiza, kitegeeza ekitangaala obukulembeze obulungi obulala bwe bukituwadde. Ng'abantu abagala okuba obulungi muli buki bulungi. N'olwakyo olutalo lwe tuliko lwakuba buki bulungi. Kubanga tukooye embeera ki embi. Ebyo okubifuna wano wammanga tulina bikola. 1. Wateekwa okuvaayo abakulembeze abaagala eggwanga lyabwe nga ddala mwebyo gya ggwanga. Ekyo kitegeeza si bakulembeze bannabyabufuzi bokka, nammwe mwenna bagayi. Oli kaawo, oli simanyi oli community development officer, oli nurse, oli headmaster, working a permanent secretary in our government. A corrupt one, pack your bags nga tetunnasimbula. Olumala okulayira bwotyo olya nti oli mujini y'obuli corrupt. Please just run away. Kyagulanyi atuuse, kiboko ya uchafu. Kiboko ya buki kiboko ya buki kiboko ya buki n'ono gwe tuleeta kiboko ya buki buli alimu tate kobere speaker ojagenda kobere ane kamanda ojagenda kobere ngakosa ndisasoka otweba permanent secretary simawaki abali mu office musibe tai tubavira ku ngudo tubawa motoka empya tubasasulira insurance please obuvunaanyizibwa bwammwe tugenda kuba kolera bbanga lyaffe n'abantu baffe ne political class will be required to do that. Political class itegeeza buli omu okuva ku president genda ku kansala genda ku womuluka genda ku kwekata futu soja tokola ba futu soja genda mu gavumenti ng'osuubira kinawe olifuna omukisa okubba esente z'eggwanga ekitutwala mu kino kwenswalinya nti abaana baffe n'ensi yaffe tubawo ekyobusika ekyaleero ekyenkya ekirivaawo abadani abada tugende mu nsi ey'essanyu okwesiima okuba obulungi okweyagala okufa nga tetubonera lwaki twagala nawala n'otuka okwegomba okufa njabawa story bantwala erusira maximum prison mu bya popular resistance nensangayo omwana omuto baaliko ya young boys nembabuza lwaki babakutte ne baŋŋamba waneerusira wotulese muwanga wotusanze twesiimika okuba wano dana okubeegweyo ne mbabuuza lwaki ne baŋŋamba ti wano mukomera tuli aswadi ekyeggulu kyakawunga naye wekiri n'olwekyo ekkomera we nabasanga they were happy to be in prison because they will be assured of supper and dinner and shelter. That's not the Uganda we want. Kyomwana omuto ajja preferring okusigala mu kkomera n'okubeera eruki eweeru kubanga eri mu kkomera afuna ekyeggulo oba ekyemiki ekyemisana. N'olwekyo tugenda kutumbula ebyobulambuzi nga tutandikira ddala okulaba nti buli kimu ekikola obulambuzi tukiteekamu ssente ezeetaagisa tusobole okuleeta abalambuzi baleete ssente bazireke wano nga bebaba mu Uganda tebeeralikira tiyagasi tebeeralikira kukwatibwa twalibwa mu kkomera tebajja kuba mu infrastructure. Actually Malaysia waliyo tourism police abalambuzi be bajja Malaysia okuva ku airport ng'oli mulambuzi mukifeede okukatengezi ne zitwala balupembe ogenda okutuppa bw'ojja ng'oli mulambuzi nga tukutikka nga tukuyisa mu traffic jam mangu nga tukutwala mu hoteli ennungi ng'osasula ng'abaana baffe bafuna emiti emirimu instead wano emmotoka za poliisi zitambuza balupembe bagenda mu ofiisi kunyaga sente zaffe. No, those pickups will be picked from you to ziwe tourists zibanguye okutuuka wetwagirako ki lupiya ekiraba kibi. Tugenda kuzimba amakolera gannamaddala. Amakolero gaffe gagenda kukola kyebagamba kusinziira ku maanyi n'ebyobugagga Katonda byakola ki byatuwa. Uganda bannange buli kimu tukiina mabule tetulina okubeera wano tewali yazereero nga gavumenti oba owegombola yamuwadde emmere wali wano waliwo eyazze ng'omwezi guno yafunayo akawunga ka gavumenti yafunayo omucere gwa gavumenti noti ensi asobola okweriisa olubuto tekivaala myaka 3 ena kugitereeza. Sebo president myaka 3 bwekiti mujja kubeera mu ggwanga eddala kino lyemukoze eki limubaddemu nga nebyenfuna bwebiki bitangaavu. Kukola ekyo tugenda kukwata ebyobugagga mu ttaka ku nnyanja tugenda kuzimba amakolero nga gasobola okuliikiriza oba galiikirizibwa obuki obulimi n'okwongera ssente mu byobulimi. Tugenda okutumbula ebitone by'abantu bonna mu Uganda asobola okudduka bwekanya okugulunyweza asobola okuwa ebikonde naawe nyweza ebikonde asobola okuyimba bambi teekamu amaanyi asobola buli kyosobola okukola kitegemu amaki amaanyi anti Kyagulanyi ajja. Abantu mweka abateetaaga Kyagulanyi namweka mbabuulire mwe ababbi abagayaavu abatukaleti ku mirimu ono gwe tuleese kibooko yawuki. Nationalunityplatform is trained for disciplining Ugandans and delivering for a better country. I thank you. What do you
Ebale nnyo Deputy President bw'awulidde ebigenda okubeera mu Uganda empya afunye akakisa okubeera wano naye otegeeze buli omu ky'owulidde wano leero era abantu mu baganga bali those who had given up empapula bazikubeko enfuufu Uganda empya empapula ezo zigenda kuba za mugaso kati bwe mwazze wano ky'owulidde tegeezaako munno asobole okutegeera ekirundiridde mu Uganda empya. Having said that, mutya kutuukiriza tuweeko omukisa alumni wa School of Leadership baje baperforminge wano skit. People power! Our power! NUP! Everywhere! Ladies and gentlemen, basobole bajja bamukkirize bategeeze nti yebala official campaigners aba flag bearers NUP. Listen very carefully to the good news, ladies and gentlemen.
To the oppressed, to the mothers who push bed on hospital floors, to the parents whose children have been seated at home for close to a month. This is the good news. In less than 2 to 3 months, we are entering a new Uganda. People power! People power!
Uganda kunga NUP kunga is everything like kunga tokunga
musajja oyokya akabalero ki ku president ku MP tulondanga to abo boyokya.
Your system was sham.
No,
how do you leave such an able leader?
This gentleman here
wakati bali adongo wano ku Kavri East tugenda kulondanga
oliriza oyokya mukaka oyokyeza osiriziza. This guy here, we know him. He competed for the party card. He was not given that chance, and then you decided to run independently.
I have been in the party for so long. I'm not to the party. Yes. I've moved to the president everywhere.
My friend, we had trust in you. We trusted you. You know the money. You know the party ideology. You know everything. No more self-deputy. Our power. Everywhere. The Kabaka is here. Hello, comrades. Yes.
My name is Honorable Gorogoro. And I am the flag bearer of Kamvure East Constituency. Good. I am here to tell you about my manifesto.
Before even the manifesto, Gorogoro you! Honorable Gorogoro you!
My first thing that I'm going to do as the Honorable Gorogoro is to make sure I supply sugar. I am going to make sure I supply salt. Everybody will have salt in their homes. I am the rightful honorable, and I'm giving you sugar and salt.
Honorable.
Listen. The other one I'm going to make sure I give you rice. Now, Omjeri.
What is that?
That is my beautiful manifesto.
I see. I don't know. Relax.
Yes.
You are the flag bearer of NUP.
Yes.
My friend, NUP has a very strong manifesto.
Are you sure?
You don't have to fidget around looking for what to say. To tell people. Just listen. It is a very strong manifesto.
Our manifesto has priorities. Priority number 1.
one. Restore freedom, constitutionalism, rule of law, and our party, everything.
Reader, manifesto.
Honorable, I want to tell you, our manifesto has priorities. Priorities number 2. We want to end corruption and wasteful expenditure. We're going to have a lean and efficient government. MPs twagala abiri, ministers twagala abiri, MPs twagala kinana, district twagala zikengeza. Honorable, yes. We are going to have in a new Uganda, we are going to consolidate national unity. We are going to rebuild communities and eliminate sectarianism. Uganda manifesto.
Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the new Uganda that we the citizens of this beloved our country are claiming for now.
Yes.
National Unity Platform manifesto guarantees equal access to quality public services. Ladies and gentlemen, clean water, public education, health care, energy, and public infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, National Unity Platform manifesto got you in this our country that we are suffering with high rate of unemployment and poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, the new manifesto is going to create 10 million new jobs in this our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform manifesto got you all in this our country. Why we have children that suffer with hunger in schools. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform manifesto is going to establish a public school feeding program to transform agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, what a manifesto.
Why? Put the priorities down and put the priorities.
Comrades,
yes.
Honorables, we still have much more. Not only the already outlined priorities of the manifesto, but our mighty party is also committed to tackle all issues on land with immediate effect.
Abambuza chiche tuliko wano tulaba muzannyo gubazanye nga gulanga manifesto yaffe. Yeah.
As well as the guarantee to secure land rights. Our good news for your comrades. As reflected to the priority 8 of our manifesto, our NUP as a party will directly promote decentralization at all levels, both at local and regional government. My comrades, our mighty party, the NUP, is going to strengthen the foreign policy, positioning the diaspora as an asset, as well as strengthen our competition at local level in order to build and develop our country in the new Uganda.
Now, gentlemen, you made a very big mistake. We had trust in you. But since you decided to stand against the flag bearer, first of all, you violated all the party values. Think about the revolutionary discipline where you had to accept the results. No, you are no longer trusted. You lost the trustworthiness. You are no longer reliable, and you lost the integrity.
Obligation of you as a member of the party that you have the obligation to abide and protect our party constitution. And Article 5C also tells you that if anyone stands against the party flag bearer and then cease to be a member of National Unity Platform.
sikokyali wa muffi wekanula obuusu
Presidenti ngobya kukomera tusibe ebugaito sikutikinga engaito
we have a foreigner here.
I also permitted to fully complete. We came to listen to you, and it comes up to my concern that indeed, Honorable His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is the true leader of Uganda. Lastly, I want to categorically state that you do not, according to your manifesto, you do not have to be an elite to work for the people or to execute duties for the people. NUP manifesto is the only way to go.
People power. Wakadodi aliwa. Kona mama. Mupira wenga teunya. Remove this. If you need this arrest, you who wants it?
Next time, those are the alumni from our School of Leadership. And also Makulunji. We are going to we hope to expand the capacity of the school. Of course, it's regrettable that this government has inducted our leaders of the school, but at least you can see the value that comes of that out of that investment. What we have currently is working against you, not for you. No one would not want to have a school which gives us such products, such levels of creativity. And so manifesto. At this point, our time is fast spent, but also conveniently, we plan that when it reaches this time, we can present the popular school feeding program. So the next priority area is the school feeding program, which is going to be presented by our party treasurer, Honorable Benjamin Katana. You're welcome.
People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. You know, it's very dangerous to talk about feeding at a time when people are beginning to feel hungry. I'll take a short time. Mr. President, our distinguished leaders, and all of you citizens, fellow citizens gathered here, and those that are watching us from elsewhere. I am here to share one of the priority areas in our manifesto, which is about the school feeding program. As a nation, we have had the misfortune of being led by a group of incompetent and unambitious people who only measure success on the basis of the past. And as a result, they have made some sections of our society equal and ambitious. And when we present a very fine picture of how a new Uganda, the future will look like my colleagues have ably done, there are many people who doubt whether it will be implemented or not. The school feeding program is a multi-sectoral, multi-purpose, and multi-dimensional program that is intended to achieve about 4 objectives under the bigger idea of NUP's plan for improving the quality of life of Ugandans. Because a government which cares about its people, a government which is people-centered, will automatically focus on improving the quality of life of the citizens. So the first objective under this plan,
But so the plan is basically about providing a meal to the school-going children at primary level every day, a hot meal that is nutritious. And of course we are going to do a survey, and the materials will be sourced from the homesteads in this country. So the first objective is to boost household incomes. And how do we intend to achieve this? We intend to elevate the household in Uganda into a production unit that will produce these raw materials that will be procured for purposes of feeding the children at school. If you are in an area, for example, that produces soya bean, and we know that it's a nutritious product that will help to boost the growth of these children, that will help to eliminate malnutrition-related diseases, then the investment will be in soya bean to make sure that the different households in that area are supported to produce soya bean, which will be procured by the school to feed the children. If you are from a fishing community and you have silverfish mukene, or you have fish, the investment of the NUP government will be in that sector to make sure that the households are able to supply the school with this product and earn money, but also feed the children. If you are from a milk producing community, and we have so many people who have been struggling with market for their milk to the extent that sometimes you see they are pouring it, sometimes they are selling it at 200 shillings a litre, when in Kampala it is 2,000 a litre. We are going to provide a market at the nearest school. The government of NUP will procure the milk, feed your children will be healthy, but your pockets will also be healthy. The other aspect related to that, away from boosting the household incomes, is boosting agriculture. Agriculture is the leading employer in this country. However, it has not received sufficient support from government. And one of the challenges that the farmers face is a lack of market for their products. I've given you an example of milk, and there are several other examples where people are struggling to find market for their products. Sometimes they are even cheated by the middlemen and middlewomen, but also cheated by the so-called industrialists who are protected by the cartel whose ambition is only to extract money from the population. So now we want to create a market at the nearest school in your community to make sure that now your products will be sold to the school, you will earn money, your children will feed, and they will learn well. The other aspect related to that is fostering better learning environment. A hungry child cannot concentrate in class. By the statistics of government itself, today, the dropout rate in primary school is 68%. By implication, it means that out of 100 people who enroll in P1, 68 of those 100 don't complete P7. And that is a time bomb. And my colleagues have ably explained the other interventions that our government is going to come up with, including the increment on the capitation grant from the 6,000 per term to a more reasonable figure. But we are now also, in addition to that, going to introduce feeding of children at school so that people are not driven out of class by hunger to go to prison like the ones that the Honorable Mwanga was talking about. Even in school, you see, children are comfortable going to jail because they are assured of dinner. But now we want to make sure that they are comfortable going to school because they are assured of a meal, and a nutritious meal. Fellow citizens, the other intervention related to that is about the elimination of malnutrition. Every household in Uganda today spends a lot of money, and which money most households do not have, on meeting medical bills for taking children to hospital. And most of these children fall sick because of low immunity levels, because of poor feeding. So by feeding these children with a hot, nutritious meal every day, we are going to reduce the cost of medical bills, significant amounts, by making sure that the children are healthy, they are feeding well, and they are learning. They are not missing school because they are sick, and the parents are not spending money they don't have on them to meet medical bills because they are healthier. And so many people have been asking, when we have been talking about this, the school feeding program, that how are you going to implement this? We intend to implement it by working closely with PTA, the Parents Teachers Associations. Most of them under the current regime have collapsed, but we are going to work hard to make sure that we restore them, that we strengthen them, so that they can be leading stakeholders working with government, but particularly working with the community development officers at the sub-county for purposes of coordination to make sure that this program is implemented. We are also going to make sure, especially in areas where production of these nutritious things is a little bit complicated because of climate and other things. And we have other interventions like irrigation that my colleagues have talked about. But we are also going to make sure that we strengthen the production unit of state agencies like Uganda prisons, so that they can be able to produce for some parts of the country that are not able to produce some of these products. And fellow citizens, this intervention also has a multiplier effect, in a sense that if the schools in a certain sub-county in Chusa are procuring eggs for the school, it means that even the person who makes the chicken feeds is going to get a business. It means that some young people are going to get jobs to work in the poultry farm. It means that some young people are going to get jobs to work in the feeds factory. So this program is comprehensive, and it is intended to cover a number of dimensions. How do we intend to do this? We intend to spend 1,500 on each student per day. And we are targeting 5 million children for the initial program. The total cost of this comes to around 1.5 trillion to implement this. And many people have been asking that where are you going to get 1.5 trillion from? My colleagues have given you a clear picture of what is happening in Uganda, and our president has been emphasizing that Uganda is a rich country, but we are poor. We are poor people. Because the statistics of the Inspectorate of Government have placed the money lost to corruption to about 9 trillion a year. And for us, we are looking for 1.5 trillion to feed our children. That is a very insignificant part of the money that is lost. We have been told about the mineral wealth that this country is blessed with. Our responsibility is to utilize the wealth for the benefit of the citizens. And so many people have been asking that there is a program going on called Parish Development Model. That how is it going to continue surviving under the NUP government? NUP government is a pro-people government, is a pro-development government. And what has not been managed well, our responsibility is to manage it well. The money that people are being given, for example, to go and invest in whichever they please, without training, without proper alignment with the market forces, for us we shall invest it in making sure that households produce food which will be procured by the schools in their communities. And by doing so, the little money that they are given will have a big impact, not just on their income, but on the health of their children and the health of the nation. I thank you.
Thank you so much. If you think that 1.5 trillion is a lot of money, remember that Uganda, under the NRM government, has since spent 1.24 trillion on Lumbuye hospital project, which remains a construction site at best. So the problem is not the lack of finances, it is the misuse of those finances. Thank you so much. We are going to welcome Madam Ram to Apio Flavia, who will present about how we are going to stop land grabbing, which we think is a very serious challenge in this country that has affected all the other forms of development, because we believe that land is a very crucial factor of production and any other form of development you want to do. She will also be joined by Ms. Natalie Margaret, who will present about empowering regional and local governance. Thank you so much. I welcome the able ladies who will come and present that quickly. Let's utilize the time that we have.
People power. Our power.
People power.
My name is Ramto Flavia Pio from northern Uganda, Omoro district. I bring you revolutionary greetings from all the villages of Omoro district. Firstly, because we are the first-hand victims of land grabbing in Uganda today. For many of us, for millions of Ugandans, if not all, we live in fear of losing our land, not to natural disasters, but to government officials, to government actors, and to many investors in the disguise of conservation. However, we bring a new Uganda. No wonder, us from northern Uganda are very eager for the new Uganda. We are eagerly waiting. It's 3 months now. And I assure you, it is protest vote up there. Since 2006, my brothers from the north can testify. The Uganda Wildlife Authority gazetted the areas of our power in the disguise of conservation, I repeat. And our people of Madi and Acholi were forcefully and bitterly convicted from their lands. Many years later, they were given unsatisfactory compensation. This has led to a lot of people picking arms against each other. Madi and Acholi have lived together from the times of our ancestors. But after this, we saw a lot of us picking arms against each other. We saw us picking pangas, fighting each other. Convictions have become a big issue in northern Uganda because it has torn our communities apart. Not just the communities of Acholi, but the communities of West Nile, of Karamoja, of Lango. But here's the good news. The National Unity Platform that seeks election to government looks to address visible solutions to these pending issues. First, with land and tenants by enforcing legal safeguards for minor landowners and tenants. We'll also look at secure customary land rights by reviewing current past land transactions and taking concrete steps to restore land to rightful owners. We're also looking at having registration of all land, from a small landowner in Amuru to a big landowner in Entebbe. All your land is registered, because why not? As young graduates, NUP also seeks to support us to use technology to establish a homegrown IT system using the blockchain technology that is a secure digital system. The graduates in the house, you need to be very excited because finally we shall have jobs in the new Uganda. This will accommodate registration of all land, I repeat, and they'll have no more forged and fraudulent titles. We're seeing a lot of people losing their land because the powerful and the people in the government are using fraudulent means to get titles. The National Unity Platform seeks with a bold vision on land rights where no one lives in fear of possible eviction, unhealthy conflict, fraudulent acquisition of titles, closing loopholes of land grabbing and neglected land rights. Thank you so much. And people power, our power, our power, people power.
Yeah, Charlie.
Avoid down Dutch, Miku Malme Uganda, Mi Central Uganda, Mika Weng Uganda. And here I'm to appeal Flavia, Agnew Moro District. Team Area 7, Maloro Lokamanu Ngom, Padam, Miku Malme Uganda. Team Nuku Lokangom, Uganda Wakanti. Watia National Unity Platform, Kawaji Wabikelu repair, Minamoli, Momu, Mi Paluta there, Pikikwani, one Paluta there, Igimga, Pikikwani one Paluta there, Pikikwani one Paluta there, and when Uganda can afford
Isn't Uganda such a beautiful place? Thank you so much. We appreciate, we love you, we recognize the pains of our people who have lost their land and this government. But she talks about the fact that we are going to create a system where people can access digitally. Your land title and right escape should not be a secret. That it is hidden somewhere. Sobola okuteekawo system eyakalimagezi esobola okusobozesa ffe ng'abannansi okulaba ettaka lyaffe ne kituyambako abantu abagala nnyo okubba ettaka because they complicate the systems. That said, there is a special person, special to me and special to the team from this side, who has been breaking down the manifesto on their social media platforms. Those of you asking how can I understand the manifesto further, you'll go through Natavi's social media platforms and all their content is there. Allow me in a special way to welcome her to talk about regional and local government's devolution. The real one, not the one they pretend about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. People power, our power,
people power.
A protocol observed. My name is Margaret Natavi. I am from Mukono municipality. And today I'm going to talk about priority number 8, which seeks to empower regional and local governance through real devolution. Now, when you're talking about devolution, we are basically speaking transfer of powers from the central government to the local government or regional government. And you should pay more attention to the word real, because someone from this government is going to come and argue that, oh, we have devolution, we have decentralization, but it is not real. Ladies and gentlemen, the decentralization in the interim government is pseudo, but the NUP government wants to bring to you real devolution. We want to have a region or a local government that has real power. Power to give you the public services you deserve, power to make sure they make decisions that affect you, the common person. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to, with a very painful heart, I want to inform you that the local government, I want to bring to your attention that the local government only gets 7.2% of the total national budget. While we are supposed to do 70% of the work you see this government is doing. Why? If you didn't know, the local government is in charge of your roads. All those roads you see that do not connect to the roads that are constructed by UNRWA are done by the local government. The health centers you see in your community or in Uganda, they're under the care of the local government. The public schools or government schools you see in your area, they're under the care of the local government. But we get funding that is way less. And this nationalunity-platform government wants to end that. Our promises are only 4 in the new Uganda when it comes to local government. Because we know when we work on the local government, every Ugandan out there is going to receive the public services they need. Number 1, we want to bring what we call the National Devolution Dialogue Council. This is going to be like a committee that is going to be revising, because
before the NRM government came, or the governments before, we had regional governments. We didn't have these many districts we have today. When the NRM government came and they bring the Local Government Act, they have been trying to break down the districts to the many 140 plus districts we have today. They are not breaking down the districts to improve the public services to you. They are basically breaking up districts to increase the votes, to increase the number of MPs in parliament that support the NRM. Now, for us, we are bringing this council to make sure we discuss. The council is going to have religious leaders, cultural leaders, civil leaders, and regional leaders to discuss. If we went back to regional governance, how would Uganda be? And this council, we want to bring it in 2026, immediately after swearing in. We come up with this council. Number two, I come with sad news for anyone here or anyone watching who was waiting to become an RDC in the NUP government. One thing we are going to delete immediately we get power are the office of the RDC, assistant RDC, deputy RDC, because the just service of money does not improve services. I must tell you that the LC2 leaders, they get 10K, 10,000 Uganda shillings per month, and this money comes at the end of the year. For recent parliament sat and they agreed to increase their money to 50,000. This government doesn't love you, dear Ugandans, because most of these LC1 chairpersons, the NRM, and they get 10,000. That's why you see them out of office every time. That's why you see them increasing the amount of money you have to pay to get a stamp, which you will get a free of charge. Now, we've been telling you Ugandans that this government doesn't love you, and you didn't know until at least we from Mukono, we got the chance, and the man told us point blank live. Nchabe Mukono, sina chembebuya. Likewise, wherever you are, namwe taina chabebuya. So this is the time to vote for a leader, aina chabebuya. A leader that wants to the well-being. We want to address regional inequalities. We must agree that Uganda faces the same problems when it comes to infrastructure, health, schools, etc. But also we must accept that there are problems in the education sector in northern Uganda or in eastern Uganda are not the same as in central Uganda. We must agree that the health care or the roads in other regions of the country are not at the same level. So much as we want to improve these infrastructure and public services, we have to be careful on where we add more money so that we can give different regions to the same level. And those are the four basic parts we are going to focus on. And maybe briefly for the people that do not understand English, nationalunityplatform getuse mu buyinza twagala okulabanga tuteekawo olukiiko luyise National Devolution Dialogue Council. Olukiiko lugenda kubeerako abakulembeze ab'ekinnansi, abakulembeze ab'ebitongole by'obwannakyewa, abakulembeze bannabisaawo eno n'abakulembeze ba region. Tulabe tusena kubeera ku nkola gye twalina eya federal nga buli region erina obukulembeze obwayo. Uganda egenda kubeera etya kuba tugizuge disitulikiti ze tulina ennyingi gavumenti ezizeereese tebali kuzireetawo kwongeza mpeereza y'emirimu gye balina obakolera, wabula bagyongeza kwongeza omuwendo gw'ababaka ba palamenti abali abapalamenti aba NRM. Basically tebali mukikola kuwongeza okulembeze. N'ekirala twagala twongeza ku funding, twongeza ku ssente ze tuwa local government, kubanga tulabye nga bakola ebitundu 7 ku buli 100 ku mirimu gavumenti eno gy'erina okukola mu masomero, mu malwaliro, ku nguudo n'ebirala, wabula ng'ate ssente ze babawa ntono nnyo. Twagala twongeze from 7.6% etuliko kati up to 40% by 2030. Twagala tuteekeyo graders, twagala tuteekeyo tractors, twagala tuwe at least manifesto yagambye at least buli district ebeereyo ne tippers 5 okutandikirwako okulaba nga ziri ku solid waste management. Twogedde ku chairperson b'ebyalo LC2s, akasente tugambye buli ssentebe w'ekyalo oba LC2 afuna $1,000 buli mwezi, ate nga tezijja buli mwezi, zijja ng'omwaka guwedde. Kutegeeza mu mwaka ssentebe w'ekyalo afuna $12,000. Palamenti yatudde n'eteesa bawongereko babe ku $1,000 mpaka ku $5,000. Ne mbagamba bannayuganda, gavumenti eno kyetwagalangako, olaba LC abasinga mu Uganda bali mu kibiina kya NRM naye bafuna $1,500. Olwo gwe nakato waabwe nakaddu waabwe atalina wa NRM osuubira bagenda kufaako ddi. Ne tugamba nti twagala tuongeze nga bwe tuba tugaba ssente zigenda okukola emirimu mu regions eza Uganda ez'enjawulo tuzongeza okusinziira ku need nti abatalina amasomero mu regions endala nti fenna tulina ebizibu bye bimu ebijja ku byokusoma ebyobulamu enguudo n'ebirala wabula tulina okukkiriza nti regions ez'enjawulo zifeesinga ebizibu bino mu ngeri za njawulo yes mu Buganda tuyinza okugamba amasomero tulina mabi naye nga defo y'obubi gye tuliko ate si yemu n'abali mu Eastern region oba mu Northern oba mu West katwagala nga tuba tuweereza zino ssente tuzichanolinge according to need okusinziira ku bwetaavu. So yeyo priority yaffe number 8 in brief ngala we wabagambye bannayuganda mwenna nagezazaako okumenya manifesto zino priority zonna 11 mu Luganda kuva kusoka paka kwesembayo peeti yange nze natabe ku TikTok n'abalala basharinze ku X. So in case totegeera Luganda babadde basharinga muzungu bonna bonna nga bibadde bikalubirizaamu osobola okugenda ku TikTok eyo ne weeyongera okunnyonnyoka zino zonna priorities mu nnimi Oluganda neeyanziza nnyo.
Kyakemalenagala ogaatako nti akakiiko kagenda kubeerako abakulembeze b'ennono abamu manyi tubadde mutukute kulandinge naye. I know some of you have been enjoying the presentation, but we are about to come to an end. I know that some of you have been enjoying the presentations, but we are about to come to our end. We have only 3 that are left. We will present those quite quickly, and then we recognize that time has been fast spent. We don't want to keep you here. We have told you the new government want people to work, to use their talents, to develop our nation. So we want to give you also time. Prepare yourselves for the new government. That said, I'm going to welcome our next member, Council Stasi Marvin, to talk about how we are going to position our country to the diaspora. Just going to speak to how we are going to position our foreign policy outlook. Let me welcome Council Stasi Marvin to come and present in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi. So I rarely speak in public. I am still trying to catch my breath. I hope you can bear with me. I'm happy to see you here. My name is Stasi Marvin. I think I've already been introduced. By show of hands, how many of you know a doctor called David Sylvester? How many of you have you heard of a doctor called David Sylvester? Okay, no one. So, Dr. Mujimu is or was a surgeon. He worked for 26 years in a country called Namibia. When he was approaching his retirement, the Namibian government blocked his bank accounts. They didn't just block his bank accounts, they took 6 billion Uganda shillings of his savings and they took them to their central bank. Dr. Mujimu sued everyone he could in Namibia and went all the way up to the Supreme Court and he lost. In frustration, Dr. Mujimu gathered the little that he had left. He gathered his cars, there were about 3, 2 state-of-the-art Land Cruisers and a Toyota Fortuner. This is 2017, and he hit the road from Namibia to Uganda. He came by road. He came with his cars, and he came with hundreds of millions of cash. When he reached the border at Mpuuga, he was arrested by a team of JAT and Ugandan police officers from Interpol. They arrested him from no man's land, took his money, about 300 million, and then now brought him up to a police post somewhere in Mpuuga. They accused him of funding rebels fighting the Ugandan government. And after a while, they released him. They set him free on police bond. But the real thing that they wanted, the real reason why they arrested him was take the money and the property. So in as much as they set him free, they held onto the cards, and of course they held onto the cash because formally and under the law, they had not taken the money. He went and complained to Professional Standards Unit, and eventually the charges against him of fighting the regime were found bogus and they were dismissed. After some time, this whole ordeal traumatized him so much. He became a drug addict. When I say drugs, I really mean medical drugs. So he started abusing drugs and they took him to Tarika Hospital. But after some time, he escaped from the hospital and went back to his home in the constituency of Honorable Seru Kenya. It was in Chikajo March in the Sabagao. So one random day in September 2018, Dr. Mujimu committed suicide. He left a suicide note that said he had committed suicide because of the stealing of his property by Ugandan police and everything that he had gone through. Now, the story of Dr. Mujimu, I believe, is a story that many of our comrades in the diaspora find relatable. You, our comrades, are patriotic, you are hardworking, and you love your country. But you left Uganda because Uganda had stopped protecting and working for you. There is so much you can contribute to our country's development, but remain underutilized, you remain neglected by a regime that now sees you as enemies instead of seeing you as citizens with full and equal rights. You are abused and sometimes killed at work, but Uganda never intervenes for you. You can't renew your passports or get national IDs without hassle. Bureaucracy when you try to invest back home. You cannot protect your property in Uganda because it's so far away. You are homesick, you miss your families, you miss your friends, you miss relatives, you miss that smell of the soil when you've just had a downpour, when you've just had rain. Some of you are on expired visas, especially in the Arab countries, but you cannot return home. First of all, you can't afford the air ticket, and you also cannot afford the fines. You are doing jobs that you hate to death, but you continue doing them anyway because your life depends on them. You are enduring all the suffering because of poor leaders, but you cannot vote them out because you are too far away from Uganda. So you are basically excluded from the politics, from the life, from the economy, and from the decision making of this very country to which you contribute about 5 trillion Uganda shillings every single year. Well, I am here to comfort you and let you know that the National Unity Platform sees the struggles. We feel your pain, and we are committed to ending that pain in the following terms. Number one, we shall ensure that you can vote in Uganda's elections no matter where you might be in the world. We shall remove all unnecessary limits to you acquiring your citizenship. Number three, we shall grant automatic citizenship to any child under 18 years that's born to Ugandan parents in the diaspora. Our embassies shall process your passports and national IDs within 7 days of you applying for them. We shall facilitate the elderly, the distressed Ugandans abroad to return home. We shall also assist them to readjust to life in Uganda and settle in like they never left. We shall organize and fund annual cultural trips for Ugandan children born in the diaspora to learn more about their culture and languages. We shall introduce what is called diaspora bonds, through which your comrades in the diaspora who are able and willing shall lend money to the government with the guarantee that you'll get it back with a fat interest. We shall run a digital investment center through which you'll be able to register businesses, buy property, make other investments in Uganda right from your mobile phone. We shall operate a secure and digital land registry system and amend our land laws to make sure that you can buy, sell, or enforce your rights in land without stepping in Uganda. As for our skilled professionals, we shall facilitate your temporary permanent return home and reserve for you employment opportunities in our public service. For Ugandans suffering in Arab countries, we shall have free embassy services to fight in your corner. In other words, we shall grant the diaspora, number one, your full political rights. Number two, the economic instruments you need to play. Number three, the legal protections you need to be safe and keep what you can. Number four, we shall grant you a seat at the policy table deciding Uganda's future. I have read from cover to cover the manifestos of the two strongest opponents to our presidential candidate. This is exactly what those manifestos promise you, our comrades in the diaspora. These are the promises we make to you. So to back up our plan for the diaspora, as part of our foreign policy, this is what we came to do. Number one, we are going to withdraw all non-career diplomats from our embassies and replace them with competent professionals. Number two, we are going to renegotiate international agreements, prioritize the interests of Ugandans, while at the same time ensuring that these agreements still remain beneficial to our neighbors and to the international community. In short, we are going to turn Uganda into a country that works for all Ugandans and shows up for them no matter where they might be on this planet. We shall build a new Uganda where we will never again be raped, tortured, dehumanized, and forced into exile just because you hold a contrary political opinion. That Uganda community is very possible. When I visited Dubai in 2022 and I saw the transformation that desert had gone through, I concluded, me as a person, that any country can transform itself if it decides to. All it needs are leaders who are intentional and have the will to do what's right, no matter the cost. To transform Uganda, we just need political will. We don't need magic, we don't need miracles. And that political will now has a face. It has a name, and it has a heartbeat. And the man seated right there. He knows what it means to rise from nothing and achieve everything.
Testing microphone.
To risk everything. Fight in the hope that if he remains in that fight long enough, tomorrow will be a better day for everyone. So let us take a bit from this Moses of our time, a man who led himself from the struggles, from the trenches, from the ghettos of Kamocha, and turned himself into a global success story. Let us take a bit from President Chagulanyi and see if he won't lead our country into the Mecca of freedom and opportunity that we all yearn for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marvin. That was very clear. Some of you are wondering, he told you he has read other parties' manifestos. When he put up a piece of paper, you saw nothing. In case you're wondering, he's just saying that other parties have nothing for you who stay in the diaspora. Thank you so much, Councillor Marvin, once again. We only have 2 people left, and perhaps these are the very important points we need to listen to. We were deliberate when we saved the best for the last. So we are going to have Miss Natalie Maria Ledokoska. Some of you know the one whisk, but it's a bit different. You just have to tilt it a little. Who is also a NEC member and one of our finest leaders from Eastern Uganda. Allow me to welcome her to present about the environment.
Thank you very much, Comrade Lawel. People power! Our power! Our power! People power! NUP! Everywhere! Kunga, Uganda, Kunga! I am by the name is Maria Ledokoska Natabi Kasukali Kabutembe Okuva Mbikado Bye Butembe. era omubaka agemye bendera ya nupe Butembe mu Jinja district. Nilo kutwala omukisa guno okwebaza Mr. President n'okwisuusaayo ebusoga weebale no weebalira irala kutulaga mukwano wasookera eka gye bakuzaala ebudaadaabo ebusoga weebale Today I'll be addressing priority area number 10, which talks about ensuring sustainable management of natural resources and climate resiliency. Mwidi bulungi nti tuli bagayiganga iwanga Uganda era President ayigenga abakobera nti ebyobutonde ebyobugayiga bye tulina bingi nno abula obukulembeze bwe tulina n'obutali kubikozesa kimala kutuwigayagawasa ife abanansi. And that is where the problem is. Our problem is leadership. Our problem are not resources, because we are endowed in all ways. Yes. However, we also have a challenge of climate change. Climate change has affected our natural resources in various ways. I understand climate change is a global challenge. However, there are things leaders are doing to ensure that this climate change does not affect their people as badly as it is affecting us. Mwana mwiti ntenda kudino tosobola ku planningira bya bulimi ng'osinziira ku maadi agali kutonda ag'obwerere Katonda g'abanga atuwadde. Olina okuteekateeka mu ngeri ey'enjawulo. Aye gavumenti ebiteviireeyo kutuwa bukugu obwo kuteekateeka bya bulimi byaife. N'ensonga lwaki ennaku dino endala nningi. People do not have food because of the food insecurity caused by the climate change, okukyusa amaadi engeri gye bali kutonamu ate ng'abo tuli kusinziira. You also know climate change is affecting our natural resources and land use, especially with the wetlands. You've seen how landslides have also affected our people, especially in the mountainous areas. And you know very well how climate change has also led to the degradation of our biggest resource, which are the fertile soils. You also know that climate change does not only affect our social well-being, or does not only affect the environmental well-being of our country, but it affects our infrastructure development. Mubutambula mubona kunga amadi gagwire wane Kampala mu kibuga kyaimwe kyamwete kibuga. Amadi bwe gagwa.
Share the live, share the live.
Ale eno na sente damu wa musolo. Therefore, it is also taking us back. Awatu mashitaire sente okukola kwe bitontono byetulikusasula mu sente damu wa musolo era amadi gali kwongera okola ki okubyonoona. Bw'olingirira n'ensansanya ya sente gy'omuwi w'omusolo eri kweyongera olwa climate change. Nti saawa yonna mwidda kubona di supplementary budget diri kwidda mu parliament.
Kugambye tuli ku manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tannayogera.
Gavumenti eno tasobola kutyama ya planningira bulungi eggwanga lino omwaka mulamba. Tukoba nti landslide iwe nga gavumenti kwatuwe sente enyingi okulingirira ebintu by'emberi. You cannot forecast and mitigate such challenges and even include them in our budget. The problem of our country is not because we are under-resourced. The problem of this country is poor and bad leadership. And that is what the Nationality Platform is offering you through His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. An agile leader. Nga tusobola kitwenda supplementary budget abulanga tudiplanningira mu bwire ebintu ebinaba bigwirewo ebyo tujabikola tutya. Tujja kunoonya enkereza tutegeere buli climate change weerigema okusobola okubonekanga tutegeera gavumenti kyerina okola nga kikaali kukola ki nga kikaali kubaawo.
Okay, na comment gyendabye, and I think I have to say something about it. Bamuyise Chimuli Haman. Thank you so much, Chimuli Haman. Chimuli Haman has said, even if someone is bewitched, the Nup Manifesto has all it needs for the blind to see, the lame to walk, and a vision of transforming Uganda to look like Europe. One love, brother. Thank you for presenting. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it has it all, I can say. Mpozi ngolitaga laba. Ayagala muvunulira. Bali kuvunula naye tugenda nabivunula nga live ewedde. Thank you so much. Share the live.
Change abantu bajja kukwatana ringa nife tusobola okubonekanga tukola ku bizibu ebiri kutuleetebwaku climate change. Ensonga ey'okubiri n'ensonga ey'oku adaptinga climate responsive budgeting framework. Eyo nekola etya kyembakobye nti twetaaga abakulembeze n'obukugu obujja okusoma embeera ng'ekaali kubaawo. Bwe tusoma embeera eyo ng'ekaali kubaawo twaba ni pulaani ekendeeza ku mbeera eyo etya bw'ejja okugwa ku bantu, era twasobola n'okwinongola abantu ssente daiwe we tuli kujja nga tebali kugigugulagugule. Ensonga ey'okusatu ni climate adaptation fund. Sente erijja okuyamba omuntu wa bulijjo okusobola okwenganga enembeera eya climate change, oba amaanyi gano agali kugwa amangi, entobazi gye bali floods eziri kuwamba, n'endala eri kuido olwa climate change. Era nga omwo tujja kubaamu n'esente erijja okuyambaku okwakisesinga amaadi. Imwe abalimi lwaki odaaga okulinda amaadi Katonda gw'otayogera naye ntajja kukuwa amaadi ekyo ogalinde nga tigajja kwida, nga mulina president wa His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ayidi nti mulina enanda Victoria, mulina enanda Kyoga, mulina obuyiga Nile, n'ebintu bingi ayo olw'obwire kambire kawo aye mujje musome. Please go and read this manifesto. Buli bw'ogisoma oba n'amaanyi g'erina g'etukozesa kubaona Uganda etya. Ensonga eyindi twenda okutaawo emirimu gye tweta green jobs ni climate smart enterprises, nga bino tujja kusinziira mu bintu nga renewable energies. Obusibu climate change eno bwe buli kuvanga n'okubanga tuli kukozesa bubi obutonde bwaife. Bane emiti tugimazeewo gena nga tukujja mu manda. Aye president waife yatukolye bw'anaafuuka president ati amasanalaze gajja kuba ga 5. Oyita kuba weetaaga ki okujja okugula amanda gajja kuba gakuyamba ki ng'amasanalaze ga 5 oyita kufumbiranga kuki ku masanalaze. Aye ate waliwo n'ebintu twetaaga solar energy. Akasana kano katwokyera bwereere nga tituli kukakozesa kukutoolamu maanyi gajja kutuyamba kufumba nakukola nakumulisa mayumba gaife. Lwaki tusula mu nzikizanga emisana tuba n'akasana akangi oti ni kano. Ensonga eyindi mbaira mu kidinti eyekalamoja awazira amasanalaze wali yempewo tetusobola okufuula amasanalaze kubaira timukindi kuba gavumenti eno yabawudiisa yabalimba but I'm just saying, the people of Karamoja, the President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu and his government is going to turn the wind that disturbs you into electricity to light your houses and give you electricity to cook and do all other things. Nga n'ensonga ey'okubonekanga tugema ku bintu ebijja okwiza obutonde bwaife okubuwa amaanyi sobola okubonekanga obutonde obwo ate bututaasa ebizibu bye tutasobole kwetegekera. Bana kino ekintu mbaliriza nga mbakoba ekintu kirala. Bino ebintu bye tuli kusoma n'okuwandiika byonna byonna birungi, aye tibidda kubaawo bwe kubanga timutwegaiseeko okubita mu kalulu okwekalakaasa akalulu okwekandaza tujja tulonde tuzimbe Uganda empyaka nga tutiikinga manvuuli buli bweri. Komanda asooka ni His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu era nga
Thank you so much. I told you I said in the West, also at the last. I left with only one person, we came to them. However, after that person, we have an artist who I'm going to talk about now. And after that, we shall have Commander 001, the next president. Part of them, you can name all these. I can't wait. That said, allow me to welcome the last person, Miss Precious. She's going to talk about technology. Allow me to introduce Precious, the last person, to talk about a tech-driven economy. Thank you.
People power. Our power. People power. I know you're a little bit tired, but bear with me. People power. Our power. People power. NUP. Everywhere. Everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the energy we need to enter the new Uganda. Otherwise, we are stuck. So, I'm not a good speaker, and I have a challenge that I'm going to speak after someone with a lot of energy. So I hope I can keep up. So, abantu banje bamba.
President anatero okugera omukyalo oyo wavaako president yaddako, so make sure sharing a live. President yaddako omukyalo oyo wamala okwogera. Yes, sharing president yaddako at the moment.
To Uganda, and you're going to wonder why my name is Nalinya, Wani Mutala Mumbeja, Nengena Kogero Runyankoli. Nze Nalinya Precious Julian, Natendi, Nida Kogero Runyankoli, Mitu Ebisinga, Kuanga Zedimuna Uganda, Mutu. Chitegeza, Chimurekerao, or Kutuaura, Yaura, Petrivana Uganda, and Chimaisa Mtriavanya Uganda. Much tengejo. So today, nitakuwa ngamba priority 11 ya technology. Nitumanya hatuna bana bingi abakoze omutimbagano. Do you have TikTokers around? Yes. All of us. Yeah. And I'm sure all of you are holding your phones. Yeah. So this government understands that we are in the 21st century and understands that we are a young generation. So Ugandans cannot afford to be left behind in this technology era. Ekyo kimayisa government ya Kyagulanyi tekuza kufuga muntu wena nyuma. Nekimanyi tine kwasa technology, so a priority ya mali on technology. Priority 11 is transforming Uganda into a tech-driven economy through innovation. Why is this priority important? According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, trade lowers costs, creates jobs, expands markets, yet 30% of Africans actively participate in digital trade compared to 50% in Asia. Uganda's ICT only accounted for 0.5% of the annual of the total annual exports. Also, our internet costs about $2.6 per gigabyte, and it is the highest in the region. When you compare with other regions around us, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, our internet is the most expensive. What does this mean? It means we are not lacking potential. It means we are just limited by high internet costs, limited digital literacy, and weak policy frameworks, for which, if we are to compete regionally and globally, these issues must be addressed.
Nkugambye President yaddako okwogera omukyalo oyo wamala, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yaddako.
And connectivity, the new government will halve the cost of internet within 5 years by reducing data taxes, investing in regional internet, and will expand affordable broadband internet to every sub-region, prioritizing schools, healthcare, and trading centers. so that no community is left behind. Ekimanyisa ki nupe lyona ekira tulalonde president wiitu tulateeka gavumenti ensya omuyinza nkimanyisa nwakucendereza omumyaka etano kubanza nwakucendereza internet by half nkimanyisa waba okugula data yawalwa nokigula aha shiji 5 n'okutandika kukigula aha shiji 25 nikyo kikumanyisa. Education and skilling development. To build a digital country, we must build a digital citizen. Nkimanyisa ki wano oyenda kukozesa technology olina okwegesa abantu okubala kikozesa. Nupu government yatugiramu nekwata buli ssomero neryewitulya akwerukayo mbarra lwakubateerayo computer labs. Tukuza kwetagisa kuga mbarra kwisha kwega kubibera amasomero nibegesa computer. No government is saying you are going to have good equipped computer laboratories in your regions. Let's talk about health. The new government will transform healthcare delivery. It will roll out a national e-health system that includes electronic recording, telemedicine services, digital drug tracking to improve efficiency and access. Health workers will be trained in digital diagnostics and patients management, while data analytics will be used for epidemic preparedness, disease surveillance, targeted interventions, and this will ensure that quality health care reaches every corner. Ekimanyisa ng'obwire wargo wanyu mbwarga owanyu bushenyi wisha Kampala nupe lyona ekira mutokuza kutandika kutambula na basa z'empapulezi no nekola system ngwisha n'obwire bwawe nobugamba amazina gawe notayo ID yawe nibamanya obwire obukushasha kandi ng'omwana okuyakira ng'okizibu ebije egavumenti ebegire kuleetaha oba ekwisha nibantu babimanya konka bayikuziya kabatakubimanya. So we are saying this data will help us to prepare and know abantu bambara bagwire munongo mfisha tubakoreki just so kwebuzabuza wabatakukimanyi. Agriculture. Of course, we all understand that agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy, and technology can make it smarter and more productive. It will create a national digital agricultural platform that provides farmers with real-time weather updates, market prices, and extension services. The previous speaker talked about the uncertainty of weather, that we can't tell when it's going to rain or when it's not going to rain. But the new government is saying, no, our dear farmers, with technology, we can tell you when it's going to rain, when it's going to shine, and we can actually tell you that you can take your things in a certain market. Nkimanyisa mutokuza kuwasa kutokuza kulina mshana kwaka obenshura kugwa for you to plant. No, nibakuhereza service asumu yawe kugambira unomanya amateka awe nokatwara mukatale kanaka ekintu kuzahari so they are going to make
omukyalo oyo wamala okugera president yaddako, so get ready, share the live gamba muno weereza link, use this 1 minute esigaddeyo 5 minutes sorry okusharing a live nkugambye enamba eyo eri ku screen osobola oweerezako clips ez'enjawulo abasirikale bye bakola bya obujulizi ezo osobola oteekako oba osobola okuweerezako support kyonna ky'oba oyagadde okuweerezako. That is the number. Obujulizi kintu kikulu nnyo mu kano akalulu. Thank you so much. All right.
So no government is saying no, we are going to put these things very much available to you and near to you through technology. Ng'omuntu tateekeddwa kujjako nguzi okumanya details z'ekibanja kyo oba nantayito yo woweeri. Let me talk about economy and innovation. To expand digital access, we will cut access on smartphones, computers, internet devices, and then of course there will no promises to fund small startups in agribusiness. Of course, this is important for those who are worried that they are removing. I had rumors on internet. I'm so good at internet, and I'm always there. For those who know me, there was a rumor saying Nup wants to scrap off what is talking these days. PDM, yes. And so don't get worried. The Nup is saying we are going to create a fund for agribusinesses, for the youth who have small businesses to start up, not to give money to some random person who eats the money and then random people are paraded as though they were funded. Last but not least, of course, as we talk about digitalization, it is important to talk about the national security and digital rights. The Nup government promises to expand digital opportunities. We will also make sure digital safety. Nup will strengthen cybersecurity capacities to combat fraud, hacking, online crimes, and of course teach enforcement and judiciary, enforcement and the judiciary will be trained to handle cyber crimes cases effectively. We also run public campaigns and data protection, because we know recently there was a saga, an investigation that was conducted by BBC about human trafficking, and this criminal had access to our data, and everyone kept asking the same question: how did this criminal have access to our NIRA data? Because he gets all the information from NIRA. And of course, as usual, this question was never answered. But the Nup government is saying we are going to protect your data, we are going to protect you from hackers, we are going to protect you from online harassment and anything in between. How will this be done? They intend how will this be done? Of course, they don't want to silence dissent, but they want to ensure space remains free and safe and productive, because this is important. We know the young Ugandans are earning off the internet, but somehow the dictator, who is of course not the 21st century leader, is stuck in the 18th. I don't know if there is the 16th. Thinks that it is okay to take off Facebook, which was feeding people are connecting, and of course we live in a global village, so this is very important that we connect. So in conclusion, a tech-driven Uganda is not just a dream, it is a deliberate and achievable voice. A Uganda where a farmer can check prices on their phone, a patient consults a doctor online, a student learns coding in their rural areas, and a person earns global income in their village. Under the new Uganda now, technology will not just be a tool, but it will be an engine, transformation, opportunity, prosperity, and together let us push Uganda into the digital future. People power, our power, people power. Thank you so much for listening to me. Abantu bambara numayeto kukora abantu bantungamo Western people omurumo twine kumwe konka. For so many years nbagira ngo ito turije konka inactors turukubi. So turijire twajya muturukubi president nito turiye nyuma yawe.
Thank you so much. Precious, I think that was elaborate. Maybe what you need to take home from what you are saying is that the cost of internet is going to be low, which means who are the TikTok, don't know what I say, what I manifesto and part of the internet. Makakase genda kubanga osolo see a bay. And I think what I want to add is that one of the controversial things that have come from that manifesto point is that we shall deliver medicine where you are. And often these things seem ambitious, but when you just cross to Rwanda, we have programs where drones can deliver medicine. You don't have to go through traffic to access that medicine. I think what you also said is that if we can expand internet connectivity, because once you step out of Kampala and go to neighboring districts, internet. But if we can do that, it means that we give you an opportunity to innovate and to do all these other things. But also I think there's a lot of willingness that people want to invest in young tech ideas. If we can pacify this country, make internet easy, a lot of investment will come in. So we have come to the end of the presentation on the priority areas. I will ask each of us to clap for our able panel. If anyone tells you that they have not understood the NUP manifesto, either they were not paying attention today or they don't want to read. And like the lawyers always say, ignorance is not a replacement of absence of facts, or ignorance is not defense. So anyone who says that they don't believe that a new Uganda will fundamentally change this country will be lying. And they're not talking about fundamental failure. There are people who have used that word and it no longer makes sense. The only evidence we have is that people now think things can't change fundamentally. But we have guaranteed you today and we have showed you what is in it for you. So before we have an artist, I will ask each of us to humble ourselves. We have colleagues who have been imprisoned. We know them now as political prisoners. One of them wrote a letter to us, and he said we need to pass on his communication. So I'll ask each of us to pay attention and listen to what he has to say. He's called Museveni on 2nd October 2025. He wrote this letter, and this is what he said. Greetings all Ugandan masses, foot soldiers. I write this from Luzira Upper Prison. He says, we take this opportunity to send our message to all foot soldiers across the country. First of all, we thank our President, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Robert Ssentamu bobiwine, for always standing with us in all situations we go through, and we do thank all our leaders who visit us in prisons. We kindly thank those who help our families and always attend our court trials. We really appreciate you for the courage that you give us. A message to all foot soldiers. We are in prison, but we have no hope that we can attend our court trials. We really appreciate you for the courage. We have our hope in you. We respect you, brothers and sisters. We are praying for you in this campaign struggle. We are updated in all campaign areas that you go through, and our flag bearers of nationalunityplatform across the country. We request you to please do whatever you can to bring justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity in Uganda. As we continue with this restarted, re-empowered, and recharged struggle for a new and a better Uganda, we join Mr. President, His Excellency bobiwine, by reminding you always remain focused, be sober, protect each other from a dictator, and let Ugandans be mindful of brothers and sisters who lost their lives in this struggle. Think of us who are in prison.
Alright, President yaddako okwogera ono bamwise Makiki Slivia, New Uganda with brains, young full package. Whoa, we are proud of you comrades. People power, our power. Webale kuweereza mukwano. Big up. Thank you so much. Yeah, wano tuli President yaddako okoga at the moment. Number eri ku screen oweerezako obujulizi oba kyonna government omuntu ali official mu government kyali okola. Yeah, right now oba osobola support oba konna akasente koyagala. Yeah, let's continue. President yaddako.
The autocratic government. We are smelling change, but the change can only come from working hard. And we can't change the past, but we can change the future. So let's work hard in the campaign. We wish you a blessed journey in these campaigns. Remember that every word in this campaign means war. May Allah give you courage and strength to overthrow the autocratic government. May Allah give you the gift of knowledge and make the best decision for this country, Uganda. And he says, people power, people power, let's fight for a new Uganda. He shares this message to everyone, and please translate it in different languages countrywide. He says he thanks you, Museveni Hamidu, political prisoner from Luzira Upper Prison. Museveni speaks for all the people that have been in prison for just sticking to their conscience and failing to give in to this government which seeks to deprive them of a conscience which is supposed to be a God-given right that they can exercise. Having said that, I'm going to welcome an artist who of us have known. His name is Wine Nalokala.
NUP! Only pretend for this is Wine Nalokala. Only massive! Come! Share it with me! Rastafari!
nga siwayina lukalala wayimba munzikirizo bagamba abaliko thank you so much okubanga mukyaliko tuli ku manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu okugisaba okulula ku kitebe kya National Unity Platform ekavule. Abantu bali confused beebuuza nti okusaba okulula ne launching kitegeeza ki? Launching ya launchingbwa eriwa ya eri Mbasoga, sorry nerabiddeyo erinnya kale linvudde mu mutwe, I'm sorry. Kati wano kiba okugisaba okulula okitegeera kyova bagizanyeemu omuzannyo ne bakola ki. So saa zino His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yaddako okwogera. Let me hope guys you're ready. Subscribing, liking, or commenting. Enamba jola ku screen osobola oweerezaako obujulizi bwonna bukilipu bwonna bw'oyina. N'ekirala osobola okuba nga oteekako ka support if you want. Byonna weebaza. Thank you so much. Aliko wenna katuuze si wayina lukalala. Yeah, man.
Listen to me again. You cannot sit there and walk all up without each other. Without coming, this is just like to walk with water. Kulawa, sometimes you walk with shower. No tabla tabla, one potato, Avanto, 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 Chikusa, Avanto, Avanto, Chupola, Wakusomela, level, everywhere. Tetuina sawa ndala chejizo bagamba. Tetuina chi. Sawa omusajja bugenda baba.
Maybe what I want to say is that in the National Platform, we are very spiritual as well. We believe in God, we believe in Allah, and He's the one who has brought us this far, and He's going to be with us in the new Uganda. Allah, we welcome. I like her so much. Allah, we welcome Honorable Namboze to give us a scripture.
Alright, kasitotandika olaba abantu abo. Honorable Namboze agenda kutusomeramu ekigambo.
believed in one common thing, equal rights and justice. They believed in freedom for all people, especially the black people, the African people. So, if you see a Rasta man posing around with dreadlocks but not believing in equal rights and justice, that is not Rasta, that is rascalat. So I salute you, my brother. We bali nakubulirira abavubuka. Kikulu nnyo abavubuka omuntu ababulirira ne bawulira yoyo omuvubuka ngabo yoyo ayise waje bayise. We bali bajjukiza nti okubeera omuntu omubi tekikufuula wakabi. Milako will put it straight that bad man and bad man is two different things. Can't mix and mingle the two of them. I so much appreciate the drama team from the School of Leadership for the skit that you presented here. Thank you very much. In this our struggle, music, dance and drama will always carry a center stage. It has been music, dance and drama, creativity and poetry. It's been art that has liberated people right from the days of slavery, through colonialism, through dictatorship. And it's what's going to carry us through. So we salute that area, we salute you, Comrade Nobiandi, Celeste Devi, na mwena wakwataganya area yomwebali nyomwebali dara. I also want to sympathize with Dr. Nalokwago. Dr. Nalokwago, we listen to you. Tukusaziranga walabane numba. Dr. Nalokwago bada tubulira nti numba zamulumira mudwalire eri omukyalo ng'agenze mu toilet. Walaba nnyo munanze manya numba zezaali zinumyeko nze zannumira nno ku muti gwa muyembe zannuma poliisi nemala wiiki namba nga linnuma naye kati gwe nkubamu akafaananyi oba zakulumyewa naye tukusabira munange badro zakulumye before oba after I want to salute the comrades that have presented today. Comrade Awel, the young man, the intelligent young man that you are, and the way you present it gives me hope, gives me confidence that the young people of this generation are actually seeing through the curtain that has been put before our eyes. They're seeing the future, they're seeing the promised land, they're seeing the new Uganda. I want to appreciate the policy team that has been able to clearly paint a picture for us. Very eloquent young men and women, very passionate young men and women, very imaginative young men and women. At least we are able to see the Uganda we want, the Uganda we're aspiring for, and indeed the Uganda that we must achieve. I have no doubt that the picture of that new country is now clearer. We see where we want to go. We are not just what Mao loves to call Agende. Yes, we are Agende. Why no Genda? He is the roadblock between us and our future. But we've said it before and I want to reassert it again. That we're not only fighting to liberate ourselves, we are fighting to carry ourselves beyond liberation. We are fighting to be able to paint our own destiny. And I'm very glad that for these 2 or 3 hours, these young people have been they've been able to clearly paint a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not my ideas as an individual. No, these are ideas of numerous young men and women. These are ideas of the young generation, young Ugandans from across Uganda. Look at them. From the north to the west, to the east, to the south and central. This is Uganda summarized. These ideas and ideas, they represent all of us. They represent both our pain and our aspiration. They represent the aspirations of a new generation. These thoughts and presentations ladies and gentlemen, they represent a generation that refuses to be defined by the fear and the hate and the hopelessness that has been imposed on us. Fear has been imposed on us. We fear each other. Hate has been imposed on us. We've been taught to hate each other. We've been conditioned to feel helplessness, to feel helpless, to believe that we can't go past here. Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters, for making it clear that we have a future that is tangible, a future that is seen, a future that we are going to achieve. And I also want to add my voice on yours in the affirmative that we are indeed going to build a new country for ourselves and our children. We are going to build that country for ourselves, by ourselves. I might be the one leading, and I've told you this before, that I don't present myself to lead this struggle, this charge for a new Uganda, because I'm the most educated or most qualified. I present myself because it is a calling, just like every one of you. But nothing gives me confidence to see that behind me there's quality. Behind me, there are young men and women. Them is very qualified, very knowledgeable, well-traveled, passionate about a new Uganda. We have young doctors here, we have young lawyers here, we have journalists, we have people from all walks of life. And yes, we have people like myself and Nubian who are artists. We have people like Eddie Mutwe. We have people like Zambari.
Yes, Zambari.
Zambari Mukono. So it is possible, ladies and gentlemen. I have no doubt that it's possible. But I was moved even deeper by the presentation of Maria Ledochos-Kanatabi, who put it clearly that these are just dreams. Brothers and sisters, these are but just dreams. This is but just an imagination, a dream that we can either achieve but also can fail to achieve. This is a dream that we can get, but this is a dream that we can also fail to achieve and keep dreaming about it if we don't take the necessary steps. Over a few years ago, I've learned that in life you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate for. In fact, you get what you fight for, not what you deserve. But brothers and sisters, again I want to tell you that what we deserve, what you deserve, is worth fighting for. Yes, it does. What do we have to do then? Let's do the necessary. Step number one, start by magnifying this, by amplifying this. I like that this has been presented those of you that are on social media, please help us. Share these on your social media handles. We've been saying that that phone is a very powerful tool. Please lend it to Uganda. Lend your TikTok account to Uganda, your Facebook account, your Twitter account, all platforms that you can. Show people what Uganda can achieve. Support the NUP or the NUP candidate. At least let every young Ugandan understand what Uganda can turn into. And then we can decide who takes us there. I've already shown you that me, I have the law to take you there. But at least let us first understand where we want to go as a country. Let's understand the kind of country that we want. And then we will find the courage to take the first, second, and more steps towards that Uganda that we want to get to. So, help us, push it. I know we have different talents. Those that can animate it, break it down, simplify it. Let even a young child of 5, 6 years understand the kind of country that we want, because we are not going to stop. I told you a few weeks ago that we are not going to wait to celebrate when we get there. We shall celebrate along the way. Even knowledge of what we want to achieve is victory enough. Let us celebrate it and then keep moving towards it. So break it down for those people, make it understandable. Then another thing I want to tell you, brothers and sisters, organize, organize, organize. Send this message down to the common people. Build teams, zitwaite gari. Build teams, let them go door to door, not just asking for a vote, but painting a picture of what people are voting for. I want people to know what they are voting for. So organize, go to your constituencies, you the leaders. I really love your company on the campaign trail, but I request you to spend more time in your constituencies. Go there, don't wait for me to come to your constituency with you. While we turn the nation upside down, turn your constituency upside down, and organize, organize, organize. Identify polling agents, identify people who will help us at every step of this democratic revolution. Muzimbe gari, minywere. Also, while at it, please identify alternative means of communication. We all know the Museveni kind of election, and I'm sure he thinks that he is bringing his usual nonsense in this election. So, think ahead. We all know what these people are planning. Think ahead. You know they're going to switch off the network. You know they're going to switch off the internet. Plan ahead. Find alternative ways of communication so that we are in touch as a nation. We are entering a very critical phase of this revolution. So I charge you to go and find different ways. Sit down, burn the midnight candle. Form discussion groups. You never know. Maybe your small group have the idea that will liberate us. So work together, build together, and let us do it, because I know we are going to do it. This, ladies and gentlemen, many people hear us. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. We are going into a risky time, but we can choose to see it from two different perspectives. From one side, you can look at it as a risk, and from the other side, you can choose to look at it as an opportunity. So, let's make the brave choices. Like I said, they hear us singing, when the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. What is that victor's crown? That is the one. What they just explained here. The first 11 and more will come when the struggle is over, when we defeat General Museveni and his corrupt regime. So, ladies and gentlemen, in that new Uganda, make it clear to the people what they are voting for. They are not voting for Kyagulanyi, the individual. They are voting Kyagulanyi, who represents that. They are not voting for NUP, the political party. They are voting for NUP, which represents that. That is exactly what they are voting for. Anybody that is taking the umbrella, that is what you are voting for. Anybody that is risking, that is what you're risking. Anybody that is fighting, that is exactly what you're fighting for. You're not fighting for money to be put in your pocket. You're fighting for a better country. We look at you as leaders. So when you're going to prison, our brothers that are in prison, and many of us that might go to prison, that is what we are going to prison for. For those that will be tortured, even those that will be killed, that is what we are dying for. And I have good news, my brothers and sisters. Whether you are fighting, that is worth fighting for. Whether you're going to prison, it is worth going to prison for. Even dying, this is worth dying for. Because we are doing this for our children and our children's children. We are doing it because the alternative is slavery. And me as an individual, and I believe all of you, or most of you, would rather die than be slaves on the land of your forefathers and foremothers. I can guarantee you that at the end of this, your children will be in charge of their country. They will be able to paint their own destiny. These young men and women, and all those among you, this is a young Uganda. A Uganda that is not a laughing stock among nations. That is a Uganda that we are going to get, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate those that are already involved, especially those that we are moving with on the campaign trail, and those that are moving, those that are working on social media, those in the diaspora that save their working hours to work for Uganda, to send a message for Uganda. You're doing a tremendous job. We really, really appreciate you. I want to appreciate our comrades, especially the foot soldiers, for the discipline. Please clap for yourselves. The discipline that you're exercising on your own selves, and the discipline that you're exercising on the road. Many times I look behind and I feel so proud of the team that we're working for. So disciplined on the road, so kind to the people, so that come to support us, the vulnerable people, the women and children. Thank you very, very much. Once more, I want to again request you to look out for our people. Like I said, on this trail you won't be protecting me but each other and those that come to support us. Please continue protecting them. We have not seen many cases of thugs stealing funds from our supporters. I've told you this before, that the regime had an effort of planting thugs among us so they can spoil our name. It is our duty to protect our people, and we shall do a good job protecting our people. I warned the criminals, I warned them, I want to warn them again. Demokola era, demoloza timoja mufe, kubabandu bafe, wabakoi moja kutia. So with those, I want to conclude by appreciating those that have been funding us and those that have been funding our comrades, our foot soldiers. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping us going. But I must also remind you, and this Honorable Barimwezo whispered to me, yes, we need more support, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to remind you of what the regime is doing to stifle us, to impoverish us, to cut our speed. We are moving regardless, but we request you not to stop supporting us I want to confirm to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not going to give up. And you cannot defeat people that don't give up, especially when they are younger than you. We are younger than the Museveni regime. We are older than them. We are more determined, and we shall not give up. I can guarantee you that in the end, everything will be all right. And if everything is not all right, then it will not be the end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ngeri omusana gye gwako ennyo ne bwesibiza mu Luganda. Abemukono baŋŋambye mbizeeko ne mu Luganda. Abasebo ne bannyabo, tusiima nnyo ttiimu yaffe eya polisi, abaami n'abakyala ab'emyaka emito naye nga bagezi nnyo ate nga baagala nnyo ensi yaabwe. Tubeebaza nnyo olw'okutusigira ekifaananyi ekya Uganda empya. Nkakasa kati bantu batono nnyo kabe kasinge nga tebali nawo abatategeera kirooto kya Uganda empya. Kati ffenna tumanyi kye tuyayaanira, tumanyi exactly kye twagala okuteekawo. Tuli basanyufu nnyo ti abantu abatutotoledde abatemeetemye mu bisuubizo byaffe bya Uganda empya bava mu bitundu bya Uganda byonna. Eno kyekino ekifaananyi ekya Uganda, abava mambuka, abava ebuvanjuba ne bugwanjuba, abava mu masekati ne maserengeta, bonna bonna bakiikirira ebirooto n'ebyayaanirwa eby'omugigi omuto ebya Uganda empya, Uganda ejjudde amasanyu, Uganda gye tukakasa nti tulina okufuna mu bulamu bwaffe, Uganda gye tukakasa nti tulina okusala amagezi gonna gonna tugifune omwaka ogujja mu kutema mu bigambo ebitonotono mu myezi 3. Tubeebaza olw'ekifaananyi kye mutusiigidde, kubanga kyongedde okulaga nti ddala yeffe bali bwe bayogerako. Kuba mwawulira Haji Hussein Kyanjobe yayogerangako generation egyo yeffe, Kasieggwanga bwe yabagambanga yeffe, ne mu byawandiikibwa wonna mpozi ebyasomye yeffe. Yeffe twagaana okutuumibwa oba okuumibwa mu busibe oba obukyayi oba okutya n'oba obutaba na ssuubi. Tetwasalawo ebiseera byaffe eby'omu maaso tubiteeke mu ngalo zaffe, ku lwaffe, olw'abazadde baffe, naye okusingira ddala ku lw'abaana baffe. Era nga tubakakasa ensi eyo tugenda gizimba baganda bange. Bino byonna bye mulabye ebimu badde mu Luzungu, ebirala mu Luganda, naye bijja kutuukawo. Naye nga mwanyinaffe n'attabire Kyosika okuva e Busoga e Butembe bwatugambye nti bino byonna bikyali birooto, bino byonna bikyali biteeberezo, bino byonna ssuubi, bino birooto. Naye era njagala mmanye nti bino birooto bye tusobola era bye tukolerera okutuukako mu bbanga eritali lyawala. Naye nga bwe mukuba engalo zammwe, njagala mumanye nti era bino bye birooto bye tusobola okulemwa okutuukako. Tusobolera ddala okulemwa okubituukako singa tetukola kituufu. Ekituufu kye kiruwa? Ekituufu basebo ne bannyabo kwe kumanya nti mulamu tofuna ekyo ky'osaanidde kufuna, nedda ofuna ekyo ky'okayaniridde, kabe kasinga ekyo ky'olwaniridde. Ebyo gye bagenda kuleetera wakaafu soosiyo, bw'oba toli mu matiba osaana okangule ku poisiyo, sigala ku poosiyo, era manya lwaiso. Tolema kolerera Uganda gwezimba nkwangale wadde nga nkoosiyo erali wa choisiyo Uganda nkwangalyo. Bannange, ekirooto kino tusobolera ddala okulemwa okukifuna singa tetukoze ekituufu. Eky'omukisa omulungi, ekituufu tukimanyi baganda bange. Era ekituufu osaba tutandike okikola mbagirawo. Okusookera ddala mbasaba mwenna bannayuganda, si bakulembeze bokka, naye buli munnayuganda olifuule katalaali, ogufuule mulimu gwo okutemaatema manifesito eyo, okutemaatema ebigendererwa bya NUP, obinnyonnyole buli muntu gwosobola okutuukako. Tandikira ku bazadde bo, odde ku mwagalwawo, odde ku baana bo oba mikwano gyo, ab'ekinywi kyo b'okola nabo, oba bonna b'otuukako. Osobola okukikola mu buntu osobola n'okozesa social media yo mutuyambe mukimaking clear abantu balabe kyebalwanirira bw'oba omanyi kyolwanirira kizibu okusa omukono bw'oba olengera gy'olaga bannange kizibu okupondoka n'okwamu amaanyi
muwulirize ensonga
bamanye nti tetuli kino mawo kyayagala okuyita nti abo bagamba just Museveni must go. Yes, Museveni must go, but after Museveni goes, our job will just have begun. Museveni mwanagenda omulimu gwaffe kujja kuba gwakatandika. Awo tutereze Uganda empya. So tubasaba mukinyonyola abantu namwe abali ku social media tuzenga tubasaba era twongera okubasaba baganda bange buli agala ensiye wakiri waayo vidiyo emu oba post emu obedakika 10 buli lunaku kulw'eggwanga lyo mwabali mu Uganda n'abali ebweru wa Uganda tugezaako okuzimba ya Uganda empeya buli omu era buli omu alina omulimu. Olina abantu abakuwuliriza bayinza okuba 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 mutwalo bawe obubaka buno tuyambe okimenyemenye mu ngeri yo mu lulimi lwo mu sitayiro yo mu ngeri yo yonna omekinga sure nti abantu bakutegeera. Njagala okusinzira wano tulina omu ku baganda abaffe omuyimbi Nakinku Honorable Walukagga. Njagala okusaba ssebo taliwo wano naye nkakasa gyali ampulira. Njagala okusaba ssebo mmanyi toyiya ne bayiiya twafirwa ababasudde atisi gwe twakusigaza kusaba okoleyo n'akayimba akakodongo kamotemeteme Uganda empya nga bwigenda okuba temakuma Uganda empya n'abantu bewaffe nabo bamanye abantu bangi nnyo tebalaba bino, abantu bangi nnyo tebawulira Luzungu, abantu bangi nnyo ne betwogera bibagowa naye bwe mubitematema mwe ba-comedians mwe ba-artists mutemeteme Uganda empya abantu balabe kye balwanirira. Abantu balekere abo kamba balwanirira Kyagulanyi oba balwanira NUP bamanye kye balwanirira ne bw'aba Kyagulanyi naye amanye nti alina alwanirira asobola nabwo walaga awasalewo ayagala kusigala wano oba ayagala genda wali tukimenyemenye abantu batutegeere bulungi nnyo abakulembeze naddala abeesimbyewo temukyasobola kugamba nti temumanyi byagamba abantu temusuubiza abantu katogo.